6:15, we'll call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all council members are present, other than Council Member Candell, who has an excused absence. Can I have a motion for adoption of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. This is a time for public comment on the item that's on the closed session agenda. Is there anyone who would like to comment?
Mayor Anduri, there are no speakers in the community hall and no virtual participants who would like to speak at this time.
Okay, thank you. We will go into closed session and we will resume at 7 p.m.
CJ, are we ready?
Okay, it's 7 o'clock. We're back from closed session. There was no reportable action. Please join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance. To the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the city manager has a statement on behalf of the city.
Thank you, Mayor Anduri. We were shocked and saddened to hear that a Lafayette resident was killed this weekend, and our hearts go out to the family and friends of the victim. This was the city's first homicide in over 20 years. I want to express my deep gratitude to the Lafayette Police Department and to the officers who responded and were able to swiftly locate and detain the suspect. I also want to thank all the other law enforcement agencies who came to our assistance on Saturday, especially the Contra Costa Sheriff's Office investigations and crime scene investigations. I want to reassure the community that there is no threat to the public. Lafayette is a safe community, and this was not a random attack. The victim and the suspect knew each other. The investigation is ongoing. If you have any information about the case, please contact the Investigations Division of the Sheriff's Office at 925-313-2600 or call the anonymous tip line at 866-846-3592 to leave a voice message. Again, I just want to say thank you to our police department for their swift response and for arresting the suspect. That's the end of the statement.
Thank you. This brings us now to public comment. This is for public comments on items that are not on tonight's agenda, but that are within the purview of the city council. So if anyone would like to make a statement up to 3 minutes, now is the time to do it.
For members of the public who have not been with us before, if you wish to speak tonight, you must fill out a yellow speaker slip. We have no speakers in the community hall who would wish to speak, but I have 2 hands raised in our virtual audience. First is Joey Harris, followed by Janine Palmer. Go ahead, Joey. Not hearing from Joey, so I will lower his hand and he can speak again. It's not connecting?
Still trying.
It's still trying? Okay. Give us a moment, Mayor. I think we'll move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Janine Palmer. Go ahead, Janine. Okay, no audio there either, so we will bring them back if they come back on.
Okay, great. We'll bring them back on when the audio connects. All right, so this brings us then to the city manager's update.
Thank you. Just want to remind folks that the Citizens Police Academy kicks off tomorrow. with 12 participants, including a council member, I hear, Councilmember McCormick. Summer camp registration opened Sunday, and favorites like carpentry and sewing are back, alongside new K-pop inspired camps. Details and sign-ups are on the city's website. From the Public Art Committee, celebrate National Poetry Month at Poetry for the Ages on Tuesday, April the 21st, between 12 and 1:30 p.m. at Town Hall Theatre for readings by 6 local poets, followed by tea, coffee, and cookies. There are only 25 seats, so please do register early. And finally, very good news, the city has secured $3.737 million in state transportation improvement program funds for the aqueduct pathway. We were hoping, and it finally came through. The funding will be available to the city in fiscal year 2029. This will help build a key segment connecting Dolores Drive to the Lafayette BART station, improving safe access to downtown and transit. The design work for the project extending to Pleasant Hill Road is already underway. And that is it.
Thank you. Are there questions for the city manager? Is there any public comment?
No, Mayor.
Okay, so we're on to the consent calendar. I would like to remove item 1, the February 20 minutes. Is there any other item that you'd like to remove? Okay, seeing none, is there any item that anyone in the public would like to request be removed?
I have no requests at this time, Mayor Anduri.
Okay, so I have a motion.
I move to approve the consent calendar, except item 1.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. So among the wonderful things that we have done is we have accepted the donation of the daguerreotype in memory of our troops, 6475 by Ben Don, for inclusion in the city's public art collection. So that will be in the library. Carol Reef, thank you very much for all your involvement in this. And we've approved the proposal by Masayuki Nagase for installation in the Glen Seaboard Garden, which we now can look forward to that. So thank you very much. Okay, so now we're on to item 12A.
Thank you, Mayor. Each year, early in the calendar cycle, the City Council meets to establish priorities for the upcoming fiscal year, which runs from July 1 through June 30th. These priorities play a critical role in shaping the city's budget, including how we allocate resources and staffing. The council met on February the 20th and identified 3 key multi-year priorities, and they are wildfire prevention, preparedness and and utility safety. The second is Mount Diablo corridor planning. And the third, planning for the development and financing of the city's recreational needs. Following the workshop, management staff met to assess workloads and funding, and we are beginning our budget process, and confirming the priorities this evening will allow us to better prepare and focus our efforts on achieving the council's priorities in the upcoming budget year. As such, I'm recommending that the City Council confirm these priorities. Happy to answer questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, public comment. Opportunity for anyone in the public to comment on this item.
Mayor Anduri, I have no speaker slips for persons in the Don Tatson Community Hall, and I have no hands raised in our virtual audience.
Okay, so discussion on the item. There's just one minor change I'd like to make in the heading on wildfire prevention, just delete and utility safety because we took out the.
I apologize. I'll take
No,
care
no
of it.
problem. Okay, are we ready for a motion?
Just one quick comment.
Yeah, sure.
I always do this. I think more for members of the public. I'm very excited by this. I thought that the council spent a really thoughtful, thorough day going through priorities. I think these are all things that are important for our community and, look forward to working with you all and staff to sort of make these things real. And I guess with that, I'm happy to move this item.
Okay, there is a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Let me just say, I know we covered this in the meeting afterwards, but, thank you to our city manager and to the staff who came and briefed us on developments in each of these areas. Thank you to Nadine Levin, who led us very effectively through this. And I agree. I think we've got some we've set the priorities. These are the things that we need to work on. I think this sets it out
Right.
very well.
And maybe, sorry if you don't mind, just to add on to that, I think also obviously the passage Measure H, allowing us to stabilize our finances to be able to actually think about the future and be a little aspirational in the, especially on the both Mount Diablo side, but certainly the recreation side is terrific. So thank the community again for that.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. All right, so we're on to item 13A and take it away.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Monica. I'm the consultant planner on this project. The request that you have before you is a state density bonus, design review, a major subdivision, grading permit, category 2 permit. This project is being processed under SB 330 and AB 130. The project proposes to demolish an existing 4,790 square foot commercial building to construct a 62 feet 3-inch 6-story mixed-use building. The project proposes 31 condominium units, 42 square foot of ground commercial space, and 55 parking spaces. The property is located at 3458 Mount Diablo Boulevard. The lot size is 0.64 acres. The zoning is C1 commercial. The general plan designation is Downtown East End District. The surrounding land uses include multifamily residential to the north, McDonald's to the south, Merrill Gardens to the east, and commercial office complex to the west. The summary of the key changes since the Design Review Commission May 12th study session and February 9th, 2026 meeting and the March 2nd, 2026 public hearing includes an increase from 30 units to 31 units, a height increase from 58 feet to 62 feet, 3 inches. Under massing, they added upper level step backs. On the main facade along Mount Diablo Boulevard, they replaced a dog wash and bicycle storage area with 1 live-work unit and 1 commercial space. For landscaping, they expanded the planting areas and added trees along Mount Diablo frontage. They reduced the thickness of the balcony posts, opened the trellis elements above the balconies, removed horizontal banding, and eliminated corrugated metal panels to address the Design Review Commission and the Planning Commission's feedback. So there has been some changes since the publication of the staff report. Initially, the initial revisions after the Planning Commission meeting included a conversion of one of the 3 2-bedroom units to propose a 3-bedroom unit. This would meet the municipal code section 63710 in terms of bedroom count, but it would still not meet the code on dispersion. And the applicant proposed a concession for public art instead of inclusionary design. The applicant made these changes to address some of the Planning Commission's comment. However, the staff conveyed that they would not meet the dispersion requirement, and so therefore, they would, because they wouldn't meet that requirement, then they would not be able to use their concession for public art because they wouldn't be able to meet the inclusionary requirement. And so the applicant changed their proposal to convert the previously proposed 3-bedroom unit to a 2-bedroom BMR unit. And now the proposed concession is for inclusionary design rather than public art. This is the site plan, the previously proposed and the current. The current submittal replaces one of the previously proposed commercial units into a live-work unit. The residential entry at the corner of Mount Diablo Boulevard and Second Street has been refined into a more defined entry plaza with integrated steps and pedestrian walkway. Additionally, a public art program will be developed within the entry plaza. The updated plan shows expanded, more continuous plantings, areas along both frontages, and additional trees has been added to soften the building's presence. At the study session and public meeting, the Design Review Commission provided feedback regarding density, building massing and height, the balcony projections, the banding, and the main facade along Mount Diablo Boulevard. The revised design introduces more step backs at the upper floor, ground floor glazing, and storefront elements are more prominent. They reduced the thickness of the balcony posts, opened up the trellis elements, and removed the horizontal banding on the facade, and removed one of the previous proposed commercial spaces into a live workspace. This is the north elevation as seen from Orchard Hill Boulevard. The revised plan includes a staircase to improve access from Orchard Hill Court, incorporates upper level stepbacks, and horizontal banding has been removed. On the east elevation, as seen from Second Street, the DRC expressed concerns about the 2-story parking podium, particularly along Second Street and Mount Diablo Boulevard. The podium was described as a 2-story blank wall for pedestrians. The applicant addressed the DRC's concern by adding residential units, wood siding, and architectural detailing, refined the entry plaza at the corner of Mount Diablo Boulevard and Second Street to enhance street level activation. They removed the horizontal banding to simplify the facade and also eliminated the previously proposed corrugated metal panels and replaced it with light gray cement plaster. On the left west elevation, the DRC previously commented that the design of the building was boxy. In response, the revised plan incorporates step backs at the uppermost residential level, add trellis elements and upper level decks to further break up the building's bulk. So this is level 1 and level 2. On level 1, the applicant provides 29 parking stalls, 1 commercial unit, and 1 live work unit, a mail and package room, trash facilities, long-term bike room, and lobby. And on the second level, the applicant provides 25 parking stalls, 2 very low units, a commercial mezzanine, and a fitness room, lounge, restroom, and electrical room. On level 3, there are 2 and 3 bedroom units, private and shared outdoor spaces. Level 4 includes 2 and 3 bedroom units as well, and 1 2-bedroom moderate income unit and private decks. On level 5, it includes 2 and 3 bedroom units, features private decks. Level 6 are all 3-bedroom units, includes private decks as well, and a dedicated resident club serving as a primary indoor amenity space for all building residents. Regarding parking and access, on level 1, access is from 2nd Street, and the drive aisles are 24 feet. There's also a 5-foot pedestrian circulation. On level 2, access is from Orchard Hill Court. There's also a 24-foot drive aisle width and 5-foot pedestrian circulation. This is the landscape and open space plans, the first and second level. The DRC emphasized the importance of landscaping to soften the massing and reduce boxiness, especially at the podium level and along facades. To address the DRC's feedback, the revised plan includes, on the first level, continuous planting areas along both Mount Diablo Boulevard and 2nd Street to break down the building's massing. A visible residential entry plaza located at the corner and public art program. Street trees are proposed along the main frontage on Mount Diablo Boulevard. There's going to be stormwater treatment along 2nd Street. The perimeter of the building features outdoor patio decks that wrap around the residential units. These terraces includes a mix of raised planters, seating areas, and shared gathering spaces accessible from common areas. The outdoor spaces are directly connected to the resident lounge. For the roof plan, the 2 large designated areas are enclosed by mechanical screens to hide HVAC and other utility equipment from public view. The staff roof is centrally located. The elevated roof is positioned near the center south, and multiple clear-story elements are distributed across the plane, providing natural light to the levels below. Here are the materials that the project proposes. The siding and panels include composite wood siding, wood composite panel, cement board wall panel. The metal finishes include horizontal slat wall, perforated metal panels for the balcony railings. The concrete and glazing includes CIP board foam concrete wall, cement plaster wall, aluminum windows, and for the landscaping element, it includes the green screen. Here's so the applicant will be presenting and has a lot of renderings as well as 3D views. And so I'll just quickly show these, but they will be showing and speaking about it in more detail. So this is a rendering of the site from the southeast corner. And here's a rendering of the project as viewed from the other side of Mount Diablo Boulevard.
Yeah, sorry, I just have to ask now, those trees that are in there, where are those trees? I mean, who did this rendering?
The architect did the renderings, I believe.
Okay, what trees are those? I mean, well, the applicant can answer that.
Okay.
Because I thought trees were being removed.
This is a rendering of a view of the commercial space as seen from Mount Diablo Boulevard. To the left is a view of the entrance plaza of the commercial space. And then to the right is an eye-level view of the commercial space. And in this rendering, it's a view of the west facade from Orchard Hill Court on the northwest. And in this rendering, it's a view from the other side of Second Street, northeast. This is a Google Earth view from the southwest. Another Google Earth view, southeast. And then a view of the project south. And this is a northwest view. The project also proposes a major subdivision. This includes the removal of property lines that divide parcels 3 and 4, removal of the existing 5-foot sewer easement. It should say 31 condominium units and 1 commercial unit. That's recently been changed. And some common areas. Under the city's code for tree protection, all trees in commercial zoning districts are protected. Removal requires approval and mitigation per the code ratios. The existing and proposed removal includes, the existing trees are 20 trees. And then the applicant proposes to remove 18 trees to accommodate the building footprint, driveway access, and make public improvements. The replacement requires 18 trees, 15-gallon in size. The project proposes 3 24-inch box white crepe myrtles and 3 24-inch box fairy magnolias. The proposed mitigation does not meet the code's replacement requirement. For this, the applicant requests a waiver under density bonus law. Regarding the zoning code compliance, the project proposes, the base project is a density of 23 dwelling units per acre. And the project includes, is requesting for setbacks, for waivers for setbacks, while the code requires 10 feet for the front, side, and rear. The project proposes between 0 to 10 feet to accommodate the building's footprint on this corner lot. Waivers are requested for the minimum required setbacks. For building height, the minimum height is 35 feet, but the project proposes a height of 62 feet, 3 inches. A waiver is requested for the height as well. For open space, the code requires a 10-foot landscape setback from any street line. The applicant is requesting a waiver to reduce this to between 0 and 10 feet. Under parking compliance, the project complies with the parking requirements, including auto spaces and bicycle spaces. The inclusionary housing the inclusionary housing and density bonus, the calculations are as follows. The base density calculation for a 0.64 acre site has a base density of 35 units per acre, which allows for 23 by right units. Applying for the BMR units, applying the 15% requirement to the 23 unit base results in 3.45 BMR units, while the 0.45 fraction would normally trigger an in lieu fee. The city has not yet adopted a fee resolution, so only the whole units are required, and therefore the proposed BMR units are 3 BMR units, 2 very low income units, and 1 moderate income unit. Under state density bonus law, by providing these affordable units, the project qualifies for a 27.5% density bonus. And additionally, there is a housing, under the housing element, the project is awarded a 5% credit or density for lot consolidation. The applicant, so the maximum density would be 31 units, and the applicant is proposing 31 units. The inclusionary housing design requirement requires that the BMR, well, I'll read it. Inclusionary units must be dispersed throughout the project and be comparable in terms of bedroom count and exterior design to the market rate units. So in the left graph, you'll see the current distribution of the BMR units on each floor, and you'll also see the distribution of the market rate units on each floor. And then so as you can see, there's a cluster of BMR units on the second floor. And staff believes that a more proportionate distribution would look more similar to the right graph, where you have the cluster of market rate units here on levels 3, 4, and 5. And then so if the project proposed a BMR unit on each level, it would be more proportionate, meeting the dispersal requirement. So for this requirement, the applicant is requesting a concession. So so this is the bedroom count. This table shows the required proportional BMR unit mix with the proposed unit mix. The proportional requirement results in 2 two-bedroom units and 1 three-bedroom units. Since all of the proposed BMR units are two-bedroom units, that staff does not believe the project as currently proposed meets the city requirements for comparable bedroom count. The applicant requests a concession for this requirement. So under Lafayette Municipal Code 63608B, owner-occupied residential development projects, when affordable units are required in owner-occupied residential development projects, the unit should be integrated with the project as a whole. Affordable units may be smaller in aggregate size and have different interior finishes and features than market rate units, so long as the interior features are durable, of good quality, and consistent with contemporary standards for new housing. And so the total number, in this chart, it shows the total number of two-bedroom market rate units, which are 17. The average size equates to 1,241 square feet. And the total number of two-bedroom BMR units are 3 units. The average size is 921 square feet. And so that would make it 74% of the average size of a market rate unit. This table shows a list of the requested waivers and the concession. The applicant is requesting several waivers to allow the project to be physically constructed as designed. Under state law, a waiver is a request to deviate from development standards that would otherwise physically preclude the project from being built at the proposed density. Unlike concessions, there is no statutory limit on the number of waivers an applicant can request, provided they directly relate to the physical necessity of the construction. Concessions are deviations from local requirements intended to result in actual cost reductions for the development. Because the project includes at least 5% of its units for very low income household, it is legally eligible for waivers and 1 concession under state density bonus law. The applicant is currently requesting a series of waivers covering parking design, height, landscape setback, minimum side and rear yard setbacks, building design, third-story step back, and a concession for the inclusionary design requirement. The project is being processed under AB 130, which mandates consultation with traditionally and culturally affiliated California Native American tribes. A consultation meeting, a formal meeting was held on January 4th, 2026, involving the tribe, the applicant team, and the city staff. The tribe had requested active monitoring during ground disturbing activities, and specified protocols have been established for the treatment of any tribal cultural resources found during construction. All requested protective measures are incorporated into the project's formal conditions of approval to ensure compliance. The project was referred to outside department and agencies. The city engineer focused on garage access from Orchard Hill Court, the location of a two-nose in parking spaces, the replacement of deteriorated sidewalks, and stormwater treatment. The applicant did address the engineer's comments. Regarding the fire district, the fire district requested, when they apply for a land use permit, verification of water supply, compliance with emergency escape and rescue opening requirements, required a land development permit, and final fire district approval will be required prior to issuance of a building permit. And the sanitary district indicated that the applicant has submitted a request to process a quitclaim for their existing 5-foot sewer easement. The public art liaison felt that the building had a blocky design and emphasized that art must be accessible to public and not on private rooftops. The landscape consultant noted concerns regarding the tree replacement ratios, as staff mentioned before. Because this is a new multifamily development in the downtown specific area, it is subject to the Phase 1 objective design standards. The project, in terms of outdoor space, has achieved 43 points, where 25 points are required. And regarding creek and landscaping, the requirement that was met. They provide 240 square foot of planting and 2 trees in the front setback. And for parking and circulation, the standard is met. All parking is within the building podium, no surface parking in the front setback. And regarding height and scale, the requirements have been met. There's high articulation scores achieved through the balcony material changes and fenestration variations. And then for building design, they would meet the building design requirement with a waiver. The applicant indicated that while the second floor exceeds the 95% floor area limit due to the parking podium, upper level features significant step backs. The downtown design guidelines provide qualitative guidance for development within the downtown and are intended to implement the vision of the downtown specific plan. The project reflects several of the downtown design guidelines objectives as described in the staff report. The project is consistent with these general plan goals as described in the staff report. The project has been evaluated in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act and is determined to be statutorily exempt pursuant to AB 130 and as described in the staff report. Uh, Public notice of the city council meeting date for this item was provided in a newspaper of general circulation mailed to property owners within a 500-foot radius of the project site and were posted within 300 feet of the project site at least 10 days prior to the public hearing. Since the February 9, 2026 Design Review Commission meeting and prior to the publication of this report, staff has received one public comment letter included as attachment 7. And after the publication of the staff report packet, the city received one additional public comment, which was forwarded to the city council. So therefore, based on the record as a whole, staff recommends that the city council adopt resolution number 2026-24, recommending that the city council approve the project subject to conditions in Exhibit A. This concludes the staff report. Feel free to ask any questions.
Thank you very much. That was very thorough. Appreciate it. Are there questions for staff?
I do have a couple
Mayor
questions for
Murphy.
staff. Others,
Yeah.
questions for there, but thank you very much. A couple questions for staff on this one. Just to confirm, because, it's been a while since we've seen something with talking about parking minimums and densities. So am I to understand this is beyond the radius from BART where there are no parking requirements?
Yes,
required?
just outside of the radius.
That's why the parking calculations here. Also, I noticed there was no solar involved. Did you guys talk about that? Or I could ask the applicant, but it didn't look like there was any solar for the building.
No, there was not.
Okay. We asked this, okay. And also, did you look at the process for trash recycling and compost pickup? When I looked at the plans, it looks like the trash area is on the side on Second Street, or Second Street, and there's an access door and the sidewalk, and then the bioswale or whatever. And I'm unclear how 30 units could generate a lot of trash, and how the big trucks are going to get there, and they're going to have to drag the dumpsters down the sidewalk for a while to get around the bioswale, whatever. So did you guys model that and figure out how that's going to work? I didn't see Republic Services in the agency.
Republic Service sent a later comment in terms of what their requirements are, and those have been forwarded to the applicant.
Right, but it seems, okay. So do we don't have an answer for that, or do we? I didn't really see a path. I mean, normally you want it kind of in the back, so you don't have a lot of visibility. Right now, where it's going to be parked right in front of Merrill Gardens. The trucks are going to have these big dumpsters rolled back and forth along the sidewalk because there's no direct access to the truck from the door. Does staff have any comment on that, or did you guys do any?
Staff forwarded the requirements, and it's my understanding that they will address it at building permit stage.
Okay, maybe I can ask the
Yes.
applicant as well. And then finally, and maybe this is also a question from the applicant, the commercial spots we have along Mount Diablo, were those always commercial, or was that like an addition? I mean, I've seen the planning commission meeting on this, but I didn't go back that far. Were these originally residential that became commercial, or how do you know the history of those spots?
The commercial on the site,
Mount Diablo, yeah, the two commercial spaces.
was it originally a part of the plans? No, before they were proposing a dog wash station there. And then after DRC's feedback, they changed it to 2 commercial spaces. And then after planning commission, they decided to change 1 to a live work unit.
Great. I'll ask the applicant. I wasn't clear of anything in the planning commission that would have necessitated that change, but maybe I can ask the applicant.
Yes, the applicant expressed that they were concerned that the commercial spaces they wouldn't be able to rent out the commercial spaces. So they thought that if they provided 1 live work unit, then that would help them rent
great,
that space
great.
out.
I'll talk to him about that then
Yeah.
at that point. Right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I have a question about the below market rate units.
Mhm.
So in the plans that were published, the 2 units are shown on the level 2,
Yes.
and you described moving them to levels 3, 4, and 5.
Well, what I was describing is what I what I believe, because the code has the inclusionary design code for BMR units requires a distribution of BMR units throughout the project. And then so I was trying to illustrate what the current distribution looks like, which is a cluster of 2 BMR units on the parking level, and they're only residential units on the parking level, and how a more distribution would look like proportionate to the market rate units. And so a more proportionate distribution that would satisfy the code's requirement would be 1 BMR unit on level 3 and 1 on 4 and 1 on 5. So that would be most proportionate to the market rate units.
And do we have plans that show a layout that's not 2 of the BMR units on level 2?
Yeah, the plans as currently proposes 2 BMR units on the second level and then 1 on the fourth level. And then so,
Okay, so we don't have though plans that show a distribution that's different than that. So I saw those plans in the packet.
mhm.
So I guess what I'm asking is, has the applicant produced any other plans that show a
No.
different distribution?
No,
Oh, okay,
no,
okay, okay.
no, that was just staff illustrating what a proportionate distribution would look like. And what the applicant is currently proposes was the left side of the chart where it shows the current distribution of
Okay.
BMR units.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what we have in the packet are the plans as submitted.
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you.
This may be a follow-up question. I set up a similar line of questions as well.
Okay.
With respect to the BMR units. We talked earlier on this, so,
Mhm.
and maybe it's maybe a question for the developer perhaps, but
Okay.
I thought they're going in for a concession on.
Yes. Yes, they are. Yes. So staff is just illustrating that these are the requirements. They are not being met, but they're requesting a concession for them.
Okay, so basically our standard would be dispersion. So let's say, for argument's sakes, levels 3, 4, and 5,
Mhm.
they want to put the 2 BMR very low income units, the 2 bedrooms on the second floor,
Mhm.
the third floor, the third one, the 1 3-bedroom somewhere up.
Yes, on the
above.
fourth floor.
That's what they want to do, and they're asking for a concession.
Yes, because it does not meet the dispersion
Ju-
requirement.
Just to clarify, they're not asking for the 3-bedroom anymore.
Yeah, so previously, like after the planning commission meeting, the planning commissioners had mentioned that they would like a 3-bedroom BMR unit. And then so the applicant thought if they added the 3-bedroom BMR unit, then that would satisfy the requirement as a whole, and then they could use their
Yeah.
concession for public art. However, staff had informed the applicant that you would only satisfy one portion of that provision. And the other provision that's still not satisfied is the dispersion. And then so if you use your concession for public art, you still would not be meeting that part of the provision for the dispersion.
Yeah, no, understood.
Yes.
Just
Okay.
the current proposal is 2 2-bedroom units on the second floor, 1 2-bedroom unit on the fourth floor, and
Mhm.
therefore they're requesting a concession.
Yes, but the applicant, maybe could be amendable to providing the 3-bedroom unit if the council can find that they are meeting the dispersion requirement. And then they would use their concession for public art instead. But that would be up to the council.
So that public art sort of a trade-off piece.
Yeah.
In all this.
Mhm.
Yeah, as a conversation, I guess, with the developer.
Mhm.
The other thing I just wanted to clarify, so access to parking, so on Second Street
Mhm.
provides that, but also on Orchard Hill Court.
Yes, that goes to the second level.
The second level, okay. And maybe it's a question for the developer because it's Orchard Hill Court's rather narrow. So it's not the most generous way to get into a parking structure, I would think, but that may be a conversation for the developer.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, just a couple of questions. One of the, let's see, I couldn't tell Inside Out Architecture, Interiors, Landscape. Is
Yes.
that a consultant to the city?
Yes, there are city landscape consultant.
Okay, and they pointed out the vulnerability of the huge valley oak tree that sits on the corner
Mhm.
of Second Street on the Merrill Garden side. And they recommended that there be additional protections for that tree, even though it's not on site. I couldn't find that in the conditions of approval. Is
I mean, the applicant is requesting for a tree protection waiver.
a tree protection waiver?
Yes.
Kidding. I mean, sorry. Wow, okay.
It's a tree replacement waiver.
Yes, I mean, which follows under the tree protection ordinance.
Okay, well, we'll get to that one. Okay, but maybe a misunderstanding here. But there, did staff consider putting protection of that big oak tree? And particularly it points out the limb that comes over the street and there's going to be a lot of equipment coming in. Protection for that tree? Or just ask it another way, is that in here?
In the conditions of approval,
resolution?
the tree protection requirements are in the conditions of approval.
And is there protection in here for that oak tree?
The protections that are required are what's required by the arborist.
Okay,
Any tree protection measures that are prescribed by the arborist are included as a condition of approval.
okay, the arborist said it is recommended that this tree be included in the arborist report. The arborist, I believe the applicant's arborist did not include that tree.
Mhm.
So our arborist is recommending,
Mm,
unless
Yes.
that's explicitly called out, I wouldn't
Okay.
consider that to be covered.
Okay,
So I guess we can
Understood.
talk about that because that's an important tree in the corner. Okay, and then I noticed in some of the earlier discussion that there's a possibility of the bioretention basins on Mount Diablo Boulevard.
yes.
But just to clarify now, they for sure will be along Second Street.
Yes, so initially to address the engineer's comment for bioretention, the applicant proposed two options, one on Second Street and one on Mount Diablo. Staff presented both options to the DRC and Planning Commission, and both recommended that the treatment occur on Second Street. And the reason why is it's the engineer's recommendation and the applicant's preference is because the water naturally flows to that location. If the treatment were to be located on Mount Diablo, it would require more mechanics in order to pump the water to that location, and then that can fail, and it would cost more money. And then so Second Street seems to be everyone's preference, and yeah,
Okay,
and so
great.
that's why they're proposing it on Second Street.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we'll hear from the applicant and then we'll open for public comments. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody.
Can I interrupt just a minute? The applicant gets 10 minutes, am I correct? Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nikhil Gera. I'm the applicant. I'm going to have my architect talk you through the project and how it's progressed over time. I will come back at the end to talk about the main issue, which I think we need to discuss, is the concession and the BMR and the 3-bedroom versus 2-bedroom, all of that. The rest of it seems pretty straightforward, and it's been a good process for all of that. So I'll introduce Gertz Frank is the architect. He'll walk you through the details of the project, and I'll come back, like I said. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Good evening, Mayor Anduri, and good evening, members of the public. Thank you for hearing us and letting us present. Thank you, Monica, for presenting so thoroughly the project. So we will not go into much repetition, but just want to highlight a bit the renderings and the evolution of the project throughout the process. Other 10 minutes is the discussion regarding the at the end. Is that also all included, or is that 10 minutes only?
The 10 minutes is your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So okay, next. Monica, next. Thank you. So, so from beginning of the project, we actually engaged with planning, and then also we conducted a voluntary study session for the project. And we tried at each round to address all comments that we received to the best possibility. And in fact, the project was revised at each stage. And we can quickly point this out. So next. So here we highlighted with the numbers here. These were the changes to the project coming out of the planning commission hearing. That was we changed all the light colored volumes on the project. They were originally corrugated metal. The planning commission and also the design review board, they thought that this is too cold of a material, so we changed it to a light colored stucco material. Number two, there were horizontal bands in the dark volumes. Again, the design review board was a bit concerned about that horizontal structure. They thought it might appear a bit commercial. We had actually no objection, so we took them out. Then we also lightened up number three, the structure around the balconies, because there was some concern that the balconies might appear a bit looming over in the sidewalk area. And then number four, we added a larger tree at the center of the facade there, where you go towards the commercial spaces. And addressing the mayor's question about the trees that you see on the renderings. So we only have 4 trees along our street facade that are actually project trees. The other trees that you see in the rendering are existing street trees that we tried to model as well as possible, but sometimes, you don't quite get it right. You can actually see here, there was another request to make the renderings more realistic, because when you go further out, we model a certain context that's close to the site, but there are limits to how much you model. So where you see on the right-hand side, there is this kind of lightly colored square that appears there. That is actually a clip out of Google Street View. So to make this really realistic, because it's actually like a montage of a photograph, what you would really see. And that was at the request of the at the planning commission. They specifically requested that. So next. This is the view from the other direction, and we can go next. And it's basically the same changes that were just described in the previous. It's just a different view there. And again, on the right-hand side, you see that rectangle there. That's that deep view to the back. There was also a criticism that in the background that was not accurate, what was shown there. So we clipped there the real view basically as a photo montage. Okay, next. This is a view from the street level, and it just illustrates the level of activation at the street front. So we have an entry plaza at the corner, and at the right-hand side, you can see these windows that were added as part of the 2-bedroom units that we put into the podium with the intent to activate the podium. Next. Out of the study session, very early on, there was a comment, a request that if we could make more of an effort to step back at the top floor. And you can see what we revised here. So the green areas on the right-hand side are all areas that where we pushed back the top floor and opened it up, so to create a larger step back. Particularly on Mount Diablo, you can see the green that is really stepping back on the top level. Next. Yeah, there is just a comparison how the project looked at the very beginning, and then how it looked in the iteration. And you can see also by stepping back that the level that the perceived levels of the building got reduced. I mean, you can see on the right-hand side, you can basically see 4 expressed stories, and on the right-hand side, it's down to 3 of that prominent volume. Next. This is the ground level plan. On the left side, you can see there was a question before what was originally there. You can see there was an amenity program, was bike parking and dog wash, and the design review board thought that that's not very, or maybe not active enough. And so on the right hand side, you can see that we replaced it with these light blue spaces. These are the 2 commercial spaces. And then the left one of these was converted into a work-live unit out of, of concern of viability of these spaces. Next. And this is the second floor. And you can see on the right-hand side, there was also a concern. All that is shown gray there was basically a facade with a garage behind. And again, in an effort to activate there, we put in these 2 units, the living units there, and they basically activate the facade because there's a residential use behind rather than a garage. At one point, somebody voiced concern if these are inferior units because they might be next to a garage. There is really no concern there because there will heavily acoustically insulated walls to the garage. So the people who live there will never know that basically they're next to a garage area. Otherwise, these are actually nicely located units because when they go out, they go right and they're right next to the amenity areas. So for all intents and purposes, these are actually really attractive units. Also, I would like to note they're 900 square foot units. So in context of our building, they are a bit smaller, but this has really something to do because the overall product that our client would like to offer is a bit higher in standards. So, but a 900 square foot unit is a perfectly fine normally actually a market rate 2-bedroom unit. Okay, next. Yeah, these are just views to show the ground level. Next. These were site renderings. They were. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, these were Google renderings. Monica already presented these, and then next. Yeah, also Google. And there were site context section. These were also just requested to display, the relationship of our project with the site. Next. Site drainage, Monica already yeah, talked about this item. Okay, next. And these are the BMR units.
Okay, thank you. So I'll step in here to talk about the BMR units, which I think this is about. By way of introduction, I already told you my name. I'm Nikhil Gera. I'm a Lafayette resident for almost 20 years. I've built a project in Lafayette already. It's called the Woodhaven. Came out pretty nice, I think. And I'm keen to build more in the city, right? So that's the context I'm coming from. I'm a third generation real estate developer. I understand and I take very seriously the responsibility of building something here, which will be here for a long time. My family has done this for for generations now. So I take that seriously. Now, if I can, I know the time ran out, but I just want to talk about the concession. Is it okay?
Just briefly, please.
Yeah, very briefly. So at the Planning Commission, we proposed what's being proposed to you now to provide 3 two-bedroom units. They came back and said, it's important for the city to have a 3-bedroom. Can you consider it? So I was like, let me go back. We went back and looked, and I was willing to sacrifice a corner 3-bedroom. There are less corner units than the middle ones. The corner units are more valuable, but I said I can put a 3-bedroom in one corner. I'm willing to do it, and I'll just swap out the concession. So I'll use it instead of a public art. And at that meeting, they said, we'd rather have a 3-bedroom than have public art. That's more important to us. So I took that as, okay, I'm going to try to fulfill that request. That's what I did. That's what was submitted. But then I was surprised. What came back is that if I do that, I'm still short and I still have to do the public art. And I was essentially using the hundreds of thousands I'm going to save on the public art to fund the loss on the 2-bedroom versus the 3-bedroom. The math is the math, right? So I was surprised with that. So what I would really want out of this meeting and direction from City Council is direction to staff. And so a developer like me understands, and we don't get something like this at the last minute, is what is meant when you say that the units have to be dispersed across the project. Can you go to the next slide, please, Monica? This one. So my view is we don't have a problem with dispersion, right? You have got 6 levels. These are spread out in this fashion. This is one way to look at it. You can look at it very literally, the way the staff is looking at it to say, how many residential units on each floor? Can you provide some percentage of each floor? Or you can look at it kind of holistically, like I'm looking at it to say, you've got 5-6 stories, they spread across a couple of them. Is that good enough, right? That's basically the question. If you're willing to say that this is dispersed across the project and it's fine, then I'm okay saying, okay, I'll provide the 3-bedroom, right? I don't need a concession for this. I get a concession for the art, and everybody can be happy with that solution. If I can't afford to lose money or subsidize the 3-bedroom and pay for the public art is what I'm saying. So that's kind of the direction I'm looking for City Council to provide staff and me so we can kind of see what we do here.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Are there questions for the applicant team?
That roll, but
What-
okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I want to start saying I do appreciate the changes that have been made. I mean, let's, be honest, you have worked with the different commissions and we can see material improvements in the project up to this point. So first off, I want to start with that. So thank you very much for that. I think others are going to talk about the BMR, so I'd like to focus on a couple other things.
Sure.
Specifically the commercial units. So I appreciate that they were not originally street-facing commercial units. Now they are. Now you made them kind of there. Just Mount Diablo, it's our main business thoroughfare, right? I mean, it's one of the things that makes Lafayette attractive for builders like yourself to build condos is because we've got this vibrant downtown aura of places that people go to eat and shop and get their hair cut or whatever. And so I appreciate we've got 2 commercial units on the Mount Diablo side. I worry that it's not quite far enough. And I understand you're kind of hedging your bets. It looks like on one of them with a live work unit because you're worried that a commercial may not sell. And if so, you want to be as an apartment. I'd like to put something else to you though, is we actually have a couple of recent examples here in Lafayette. 210 Lafayette Circle had a ground floor live work unit because they were also worried. And a live work unit ended up being like the worst of all worlds, right? It's not a great place to live. You're right down the street, and it's not a very attractive commercial site. I don't think it ever sold. The developer ended up having to take it back and rent it out. We have the Brant, which just opened up just down on the west end of town, which has 2 dedicated commercial units downtown, and they sold immediately, right? They have been ready to open up for years now, ready to go. And I'm just kind of asking, did you consider really leaning into the commercial side? I mean, when I look at it, it's like that live work one. It's like, I'm not sure what sort of business could really go in there. The ceilings are kind of low. It's like a 9.5-foot ceiling. There's not very good space for signage. It seems kind of hidden back there. And so have you thought, if you really made it a truly, a place that a business person could purchase and own, there are not many places that you can own your own business if you were in Lafayette, to really make it a kind of an interesting feature of downtown Lafayette. Did you think about that, and kind of what was your thought process there? Because I'd really love it to have a couple of great businesses there fronting Mount Diablo.
Yeah, so I did think about it, right? The reason the larger unit, which we're now calling a live work unit, has a double height in the middle, and it's whatever, there's a loft section, is in order to get that volume and height to make it more attractive and have more visibility from the street, right? The first go around was just, it was at grade, and we're going to keep it just because we're building 2 levels of parking. So there's 2 slabs there. And the intention was, how do we enhance the visibility and make it more usable? And my hope is to get like a small cafe or something there, which has some upstairs, downstairs, right? That's the goal. But the reason I switched just in the last go around, I was like, okay, I'm allowed 31 units. I'm doing 30. Let me build in some flexibility here so that in case it fails and I can't get anyone, because that side of Lafayette does not do as well with retail. And even the other side of the west side of Lafayette, which does better, has a ton of vacancy today, right? That's just the fact, right? So I don't have a lot of confidence. The brokers I talk to, nobody is confident of what can be put there. I did rent. I currently have 2 tenants in my building, right? I bought it and I put 2 tenants in on a temporary basis, right? I obviously wasn't willing to put in the TI dollars to get a new tenant and all of that, but I was able to get someone in at pretty low rent. One's subsidized. I like dogs, so I was happy to put up a dog rescue at subsidized rent. I felt good about it, but it helps cover my costs. And I put another person in who's a contractor who was okay with something like that. But going through that exercise, I did not get any confidence that you can get $4 or $5 rents that you would typically want to get for a fully filled, nicely built out place. So again, limited experience. I did manage to rent it. I talked to a bunch of people when I advertised the space and negotiated with a bunch. But after that entire process, I wasn't any more confident that, hey, this will easily lease, which is why I was like, what's my backup plan? Go to live, work or not? But my primary goal would be, because I would want it to be active because that's better for the building, right? Which is why the larger unit has that up and down to counter everything which you just said, to have that presence on the street and make it a more attractive, hopefully a cafe is my goal, but I don't know if I'll get there and find an operator.
Okay. Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. I think your building there, though, plus the other buildings going on in that area, are actually indications that that part of Lafayette will be more vibrant. In fact, you're bringing 30 people there. Okay. Well, I mean, I would just say I'm afraid that as a live work, I'm just worried again because to live there, you're right underneath the fitness center, right? You have an entrance right onto Mount Diablo and a fitness center right there. So I just worry as a living space, it's going to be compromised. And so, and to be a viable business, you have to have big open windows on front of Mount Diablo. So I'm just worried again that, we're kind of splitting something that we have a non-optimal use. Maybe at minimum, I can ask that if you think it's going to be a cafe, it's got to be proper plumbing and sewage and everything for a restaurant or a cafe, right? It cannot be done for, as you probably know, right? If it's done as a residential unit, it can never, it's almost impossible to translate it to some sort of restaurant, right? So you got to make sure it's got the electrical and the plumbing and everything that is suitable for a restaurant.
I don't think it'll be done for a restaurant. It'll be done for a cafe. I have a project in San Francisco which has a cafe, right? A 129 unit project developed in San Francisco. We have a cafe there, and those requirements are very different. There's no grease trap. There's no venting. There's no hood required to the ceiling and all of that, right? Through the top. So it will not be a full-fledged restaurant, but it'll be provisioned for a cafe. Yes.
Okay, because I know we had Ape Cafe just down the street, and they had to deal with all sorts of sewage and all sorts of things from the county. I just worry I just want it to be viable.
Right, and I'd like it to be viable too. I totally get what you're saying. It'll be planned for that, and that calling it a live work versus commercial is not. I mean, until the planning commission, when I kind of thought through this a little more and said, okay, I've got 31 units. I'm only using 30. Should I build some financial flexibility for myself? That's where it came from. For me, that's not, speaking plainly, that's not a big deal for me. If you say, no, we don't make it a live work, call it a commercial unit. I mean, it's not going to be the end of the world. I'm just afraid that if it's not occupied and I can't get somebody to occupy it, having a dead, dark space in my view, is worse than having it as a live workspace, which is at least someone doing some kind of work out of it. It's got some activation as opposed to nothing.
Okay.
So that's where I was coming from.
Okay, well, anyway, thank you, that's my shot. A couple other quick things, and we'll move on. As I mentioned to staff, so there's no solar on the property?
There, it
Or
wasn't
what's your-
required in any of the staff requirements.
I understand it's not required, but it's like, it's
100% there will be, because for my goal as a developer would be to control HOA costs.
right.
Right? And having that solar on top is one of the easiest ways to do it. The elevators will run on it. The garage needs to be lit up. The lobbies need to be lit up, right? All that uses power. So there will 100% be solar. It just wasn't a requirement. The building isn't designed from a construction drawing perspective, but it'll 100% have solar.
Okay. And then what was your, did you have a chance to think about what I was saying about the trash pickup and what that's going to mean logistically?
We have thought about it some. We will engage with First Republic Services to find an optimal solution. We're not there yet, but I see your point. And
I'm just because we have Merrill Gardens right across the street, and we got the truck coming there, and it's
yeah,
like,
I think the pickup will still be there. We just have to find an efficient way where we stack them at what time of day, so it's done. But it will be done. We also, there's some optimization to be done around that too, about how trash works within the building. But we haven't gotten to that stage yet.
Okay.
To-
Okay, well, I look forward to that because I think that's important because we want to encourage people to do it. But anyway,
No, listen, I 100% agree with you, because finally I have to come up with a product which sells.
that's right.
If it's inferior in any way, then I can feel happy I built it, but I'm
Right.
stuck,
No, we-
right?
And we want it to be fully,
Yeah,
as well.
you and I are on the same page, which is why I had all these meetings to get feedback from as many people as possible. I wasn't required with the SB 330 application to have a study session. The point was, I'm willing to hear all the perspectives to make it a better project, because that's the better outcome for me too.
that's right. No, and we, as I said, I appreciate it. And we can see it. It's evolving and getting better and better. So, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll let other people. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'd like to start off, I'd like to echo the Vice Mayor. You could see the iterations and the project does, I've seen what you've done to sort of like respond to feedback through the city's design review and planning process, and that's much appreciated. There's a few things I wanted to understand better.
Sure.
And we touched on we'll talk about the BMR units then.
Yeah.
And maybe this is a later on discussion here, where the idea of having a 3-bedroom, in my mind at least, would be more optimal. You can have a larger family living there. And we're talking moderate income. We're talking maybe a couple of school teachers with their kids. I mean, that's kind of BMR here. And even the 2 bedrooms, it's a school teacher and with one kid, or maybe it's a police officer. That's what we're dealing with that. And I want to make sure we can accommodate that kind of a population here.
Mm-hmm.
So to understand this, then you were open to the idea of 2-bedroom, very low income units and 1 3-bedroom moderate income unit. But what you wanted in exchange for that was to drop the public art requirement.
Correct.
That was the trade that you
Right.
were looking for.
Because I'm providing more than 5% very low income, I forget what the classification, I'm entitled to 1 concession. So I can use a concession either for the art or for optimizing the BMRs. So what I presented to the Planning Commission was the concession for the BMRs, and they came back and said, can you please provide a 3-bedroom for exactly what you said, that we need it for families. And I was like, okay, I'll go back and do it. And I was willing to do it. But then I was surprised when I saw the staff report which said, I'll end up paying for both. I'll pay for the public art and I provide a 3-bedroom, which is financially disadvantageous to me. So yes, I'm still saying the same thing, that if I can not have to provide the public art, it saves me a couple of $100,000, right? That kind of goes towards paying for the 3-bedroom. Not really, but it gets me part of the way there, and I can live with that.
Okay. And let's say we take that configuration, 2 2-bedrooms, 1 3-bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
The 3-bedroom is somewhere on the 3rd or 4th
It's
floor or
on
something.
the 4th floor. Right.
4th floor, thank you. But in your configuration, you would have the 2 2-bedrooms on the 2nd floor.
Correct.
That staff pointed out, I guess and I intuitively would have thought dispersion means you've got like, 1 BMR unit on
Right.
each floor and so on. This is a little bit different here. You've got it more concentrated. Can you
Right,
talk-
and I'll explain why that is, right?
I'm sorry. Why don't we stick to questions now and then we'll get into the
Yeah.
discussion.
I mentioned it a discussion here, Mayor. Thank you for
Mhm.
reining me in. Um,
Well, if you finish up your response.
Yeah, so let me respond to why those two bedrooms, the two BMRs are where they are, right? For us to provide, and like City of Lafayette does not have a prescribed square footage or a percentage that a BMR can be smaller than the market rate unit, right? It's based on, I mean, there's nothing prescribed. Moraga says it can be 30% smaller, so it can be 70%. So these are, I think we saw the math, it's like 75% is what. So having a smaller unit helps helps the developer financially because you build less and the amount you get paid is based on income and not based on the size of the unit. So what we're presenting here are 900 square foot, 2-bedroom BMRs, which have very low income units, which will sell for in the 200,000 range. At 230, 40,000, something like that is the number for those units. So the only place I could put these 900 square foot units without impacting the entire stack, because otherwise you build a stack with the plumbing going up and down right through for all stories, was to put two of them here side by side to kind of solve that jigsaw puzzle to say, how do I do it without adversely, not just losing money on these two, but also having to build other small ones, which I don't honestly think there's a market for 900 square foot market rate units in Lafayette. That's not the market. That's fine for Walnut Creek. It's big for San Francisco for market rate, but here we are providing 900 square foot below market rate units, and the market rate units are 1,100-1,200. So fitting those 900 was problematic anywhere else, and that's why we put them here. Long story short.
And I think this is a question. Just to, so I understand, like, big picture here.
Yeah.
Who are you selling this stuff, this product to? I mean, who are the people or families you see living here? What segment are you trying to capture? I think it's a question. But just kind of get like, what's your vision here?
Yeah, because they're 2 and 3 bedrooms, it caters to a pretty big audience. My gut tells me, and based on the other project I did and what I'm seeing happening in the city, I think this will tend to be a bunch of people who are empty nesters, move down buyers who want a nice space to live without any maintenance, brand new, lock and leave and travel, right? That kind of clientele, as opposed to a young family who are moving from the city. There may be some who kind of move from the city, are used to urban kind of living, want to be commutable from BART and just don't want to deal with the backyard, right? There may be some of that, but I think the larger will be slightly like older people, I'm saying in their 50s, 60s, who do not want to deal with a big house anymore. Kids have gone to college or left the house, and they just want a place which makes life easier. But they want a comfortable, luxurious life similar to what they had in a single family home. So you need to provide slightly larger, spacious units, which is what I'm trying to build.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have some questions about the planted podium, the outdoor space, because I was having a hard time understanding it. So I guess let me see if I can organize my questions here. So I think I heard Monica say the outdoor decks are connected to the resident lounge. Did I mishear that in the presentation?
There's a resident lounge on the top floor,
Okay.
but on the third floor, which is the podium I think you're talking about, there's no lounge there. Those are private for each unit.
Okay, maybe I misheard. So yeah, maybe if we could just have the image of that level 3 to refer to. Okay, so the blue areas are the podium planted area?
Correct.
Area?
The roof of the garage is the deck for these units.
Okay, and so who has access to them?
Just each individual unit.
So just the third floor residents? Okay, okay. And then how will the planting that's prescribed be maintained? Would it be the responsibility of the homeowner?
Yeah, with the HOA will also be involved with just having a gardener go through and maintain that. Again, it'll be part of the HOA's responsibility to look after various elements of the project, including that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Because I mean, I think that was one of the evolutions of the plan, I think, right? To soften
Yeah.
the massing.
Yeah,
any of
so,
the
so,
grades. So it's
so
important that that continue, you know,
I
in
100%
perpetuity.
agree, right? Because as a developer, I'll be putting in the infrastructure for it. I'll spend the money to buy the plants. I'll put them in, right? There'll be drainage set up for it on a sprinkler system, right? And then thereafter, hopefully, it's a question of maintenance, which is not as much of a problem for the property for the owners. But that's what is the hope, that nobody goes and kills those trees.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that, yeah, that was the question about what is the plan for it.
Yeah.
And then the other I have is about the facade, the Mount Diablo facade. So those balconies that are in the center of the building, they extend, they're like cantilevered?
Yes.
Okay. And are they over just the, kind of that front area that's the access to the commercial, or do they actually go over into the side, over the sidewalk?
No, they don't go over the sidewalk. They're well within that. They're just over, and they're 2 feet, if I remember correctly, 2 feet is within the building facade, and 3 feet extend beyond it, right? Yeah.
Okay, and then my last question is about property lines. I saw that I guess clarify, is the property line really the center line of Second Street?
Yes.
Okay, so does that mean that Second Street's a private road?
I think there's a permanent easement there, right? So I mean that
Okay.
you own the property, but there's an easement. It exists, and nobody can change that.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, I have several questions. You heard the discussion about the tree, the big oak tree.
Mhm.
Are you willing to include protection?
Happily, it's a great thing there. It helps the project. I mean, I'll pay for landscaping all day long.
Okay, so we'll include protection for that heritage oak across the street.
Yes, during construction, right? That's what it's.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
It's on its own after construction.
Yeah.
Mayor, I just want to clarify. I believe that oak is on another private property, so we may just want to condition it on that owner.
Oh, yes.
consenting.
No, we're not forcing anything on that owner, right? We just have a willing protector here.
Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay. And then we were looking, I can't remember which slide it was, but there was it was one of the ones showing a difference, and there was a tree number 4, which was the closest tree to the entrance to the building. What kind of tree was that intended to be? Is that one of the crepe myrtles, or is that another tree? You had a number 4 on it, and you explained that there was that tree, and I didn't want to interrupt you to ask you what that was going to be.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my concern with a lot of the montage here is that there are trees that aren't there that are showing up, or trees that are supposed to be cut down that are showing up in the final product. And it's just, I'm concerned that with a 6-story building replacing a 1-story building and taking down the relatively tall trees that are there now, there's not going to be much, there's not going to be as much vegetation in front of this building, and certainly not as much as shown in the montage here. I'm just concerned that those photos were a little bit misleading. You know, unless you can speak to that and say what you're intending to do.
Yeah,
with respect-
Monica, can you go to the landscaping plan, please? Let's see what. Now this one. There's one which shows the trees in color and everything.
Yeah.
Keep going. Keep going. There were two, if I remember what I remember, there were 2 side by side. One showed the third floor podium, and then there was one next to it, which we.
So a number of these are showing where trees are to go.
Was that in her
Okay,
presentation?
so that, you can go back to that
Yeah.
montage. Okay, so the 2 trees at the left don't exist, so I'm not sure why those are there.
The far left,
Hmm?
Yeah.
Well,
the ones
the far left that are
lower
off
photo,
your property.
okay. There's at least one tree there for sure.
Well, it's dead. There's no leaves on that tree. It's a dead tree.
Okay.
Okay, so this shows the three trees to the west end of the property, and then that's number 4.
Mhm.
The one, what is that going to be?
I think it's pointed out in the landscaping package we submitted. So Monica, maybe your presentation had it. Sorry to make you jump around.
Okay, well, the 3 on the west side show as crepe myrtles.
Mhm.
Okay, we'll when we get into the discussion, we'll come back to that. But
Okay.
I'd really, well, I'd like you to consider larger trees to, I mean, again, we'll get into it later.
Okay.
Okay, can you confirm the sidewalk width in front of the building on Mount Diablo Boulevard? I've read on the plan, it said 8.5 feet. I want to make sure that that's what the width of the sidewalk will be.
I think so. I mean, I have no reason to think it won't be what it says. I think that 8.
Well, okay, so we're looking at plans,
Yeah.
which I assume are your most recent plans, and they say 8.5 feet, which would be very good. So I'm asking if I would be, well, it would be a good thing if they were 8.5 feet.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah,
I'm hoping
what-
that plans
What
are
we're,
correct.
this comes to, I'm going to follow up on what reason I'm asking this, I'm sorry, I'm going to be now commenting, but yes, you got me on that one. Okay, so following up on Councilmember McCormick, yes, right now this is not as lively a spot or a part of Lafayette, but the idea is that it will be. And to the east, you've got Merrill Gardens, which has several commercial spaces, which have people coming and going. When the Corporate Terraces property is developed, we hope to have a commercial there as well. We just can't have a dead spot here. And the same goes with the pathway along the boulevard. On the other side of the street at Merrill Garden, that's a 10-foot wide sidewalk. It's just a very elegant sidewalk for walking along. And then you come across the street where this property is, and it narrows down. It just doesn't work. So I was very happy to see the 8.5 feet. And I just want to confirm that it will be an 8.5 foot sidewalk.
The architect says it's correct.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
And on the Second Street, that is now 10 feet. No, sorry, 8.5 feet from the building wall to the edge of the curb. And I understand that's going to be, end up being 6 feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But there will be a closed bathroom between the sidewalk and the street.
Yeah. Okay. Sidewalks.
Is the tree numbered, and what type of tree is that? Was that number 3 is? I can't read it.
It says focal point flowering accent tree.
Okay, so it doesn't call it out. Okay, and my final question, did you consider stepping back the 3rd floor on the Mount Diablo facade? It steps back on the east and west facades, but not on the Mount Diablo facade. Did you consider stepping back on the Mount Diablo facade?
It's a spine and we're kind of stacking on both sides. So it's kind of that's the longest. In order to make 8 units fit of the size we think we need, that was the only way to do it. I mean, certainly if I dropped 2 units on each floor, we could have done it, but that's not making the project viable.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council?
Yeah, Mayor, if I might, just two questions. The access to the commercial space and the live work space for ADA, how does one access? Because I saw there are steps down in front of the lobby area, but is there any way to get to the commercial and the live work?
That will be ADA accessible. There's a ramp on the side on the Second Street side of the.
Well, actually, this is being recorded, so we have to ask you to come to the microphone so we can get it in the public record.
Yes, all spaces on the ground floor are ADA accessible. There is a ramp located on the Second Street side of the lobby along the building where you come down to this area.
Do you think staff could put the image up of that? Oh, okay, no worries. Okay, so I think I know where you mean. So the Second Street corner, the lobby has a wraparound on the corner, right? There's glass on both sides. So it's at that Second Street area, you would be able to walk without steps, but you'd have to go all the way around the building to get to the live work space or the commercial space. So if you were coming, say coming home from Whole Foods, you would be walking down the street going east. You would then have to pass your apartment, go all the way to the corner, go all the way down,
That
come
is
back in. That's
Yes.
the layout. Okay.
That is correct.
And the other question I have is for your second level horizontal screening over the podium, will there be any visibility to cars inside? Will that screening obscure?
Yes,
What's
yes,
behind the-
yeah, that's the
the wall?
intent. We have no fully open openings. We have the only openings we have a horizontal slat screen. So there will be no direct visibility of cars, no.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, we have one more question.
My apologies. I raised this earlier. I forgot to follow up with you, but
Yeah.
access to that second level parking structure is off of Oak Hill Court.
Mhm.
Narrow road. There's an apartment building on the other side. I think sometimes vehicles are parked there. I'm sure you looked at this, but I would think could be a tricky access point. How have you worked that out?
Yeah, no, good observation, right? Engineering saw it too. They're requiring us, I forget what the width of the road is now. It's like 15, 16, something like that now. They want us to widen it to 20 to that very specific, for that reason.
Okay.
So we're going to widen it and make it work. But they looked at it from an engineering perspective. And even though it's an existing condition, it was a requirement for us to widen it, and we said yes.
Okay. And then maybe one last thing, which is, there may not be any way to address this, but you've got across the street a building with many, many elderly individuals. During construction, I could see that could create kind of a hardship for that population. I don't know if there's any way to sort of mitigate things, the construction process. Have you thought about that? It's kind of a unique setting, given the property across the street. I don't know if you've talked about it with the Merrill Gardens management or not, but I'd just be curious.
I mean, I have not talked to them about it, and I think we will communicate when we get to construction. I'm hoping that I'm able to build this and actually build a project. There's a ton of projects in Lafayette which have gotten approved and nothing gets built. So I'm optimistic that I'll get there. Obviously, a lot of things have to line up. And when I get to that stage and financing markets in place, the markets, we're not in a recession, there's a good outlook, construction costs are in control, lumber comes from Canada, whatever, right? When all those things line up, at that point, I think is the time when I'll go to the Merrill Gardens and try to figure out something so the inconvenience is minimized, but I'm not anywhere close to that yet.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
One quick question, which this diagram reminded me that I had for, I'm just kind of curious on the EV, you have EV on these parking spaces.
Mhm.
What infrastructure is there in each space? Is it just pre-wired, or are there actually charging pedestals, or how does that work for
It'll-
a system like, I mean, I just don't even know, like as a complex like this?
It's just pre-wired for 220 volts. And then depending on what kind of car you have, you'll put your own charger in, or you just go off 220 volts directly. My other building has the same thing. Every unit in the other building it's pre-wired for EV. And they just put a 220 volt in, and depending, somebody's got a Tesla, someone's got a Rivian, someone's got something else, they just plug it in.
Oh, and I'm just kind of curious. So the owner of the space, because they're assigned spaces, right? So the
Yep.
space owner kind of configures it however, or
Yeah,
install something.
when they set it up just on day one, they're like, okay, this is the kind of car I have. And then
Yeah.
if they want to have a specific type of charger, they put it there. Otherwise, they keep the other side in their car, and they just plug into the car and plug into the wall.
Okay, thank you.
Pretty straightforward.
Is there any public comment? put it another way, we're opening now to public comment on this item.
Okay, the mayor and council members are taking public comments on items 13A. If you would like to speak, please fill out a speaker slip. I have 2 speaker slips for persons in the community hall. First speaker is Will Newhart, to be followed by Ramon Amaral. I may have butchered that name, but you can correct me when you're at the podium. So, Will, 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm here to ask that you deny the request for this project in its current state. I oppose the project for 2 reasons. First, the design and use of space is totally out of character, not just for that stretch of Mount Diablo Boulevard, but Lafayette in general. I hear many people sing the praises of Lafayette maintaining its semi-rural charm, but there is nothing semi-rural about this building. It is hulking, it is without character, and it's a boxy, bland mass that I've seen 100 times in cities all over California. As stewards of our city, you should approve projects that will leave a positive legacy on the visual footprint of our city. You've done this before. The Mercantile with its fountain and star motif, A+. The Town Center Apartments by Bart with their shingles and ornamental tower, solid A. Heck, even the office building across from Trader Joe's with its forest animal motifs, it's dated, but it's unique, it's memorable. There's more semi-rural charm and whimsy in our tiny Taco Bell than this entire behemoth. If you're going to be big, be beautiful, and if you can't do that, at least be interesting. This building, to me, is neither. Reading the report notes, many of the design review commissioners offered similar concerns. I've seen them work. They are a thoughtful and meticulous group, and if they have reservations, I would listen. Second, the design shows a total lack of awareness from the development group. If they took any time to research the area in Lafayette, they would know how ridiculous the design is. I'm aware that Outdo Lafayette, which appears to be a holding company for a larger developer, Guerra Developments, has a recent history of developing buildings in Lafayette, but that only makes this out-of-touch proposal worse. The design's lack of offsets and terracing shows that their only concern is squeezing the profit they can out of this lot. They see us as a rich, desirable community with land and a mandate to build. One of their requests tonight is a state density bonus so they can build all 31 proposed units. To qualify, they must have 3.45 below market rate units to qualify. And they have exactly 3 below market rate units. And instead of converting a 4th unit to BMR, they opted to pay a fee for the fractional unit. Gee, I love that Outdo Lafayette LLC is doing the bare minimum to help make Lafayette a more affordable place to live. As you highlighted, the 2 very low income units are wedged into the bottom floor next to parking. I'm sure future tenants will love feeling like they live in the steerage section of their building. The sheer number of waivers and concessions requested should signal the developer's lack of regard for our standards and community needs. Again, I'm not against building on this site. Please develop it, but be thoughtful in your voting this evening. Your decision will shape the face of Lafayette for a half century or more. You can either leave us with imposing, soulless structures that become eyesores for future generations, or you can follow in the rich history of discerning council members who gave us the Wayside Inn, the Park and Town Hall Theaters, the Pizza Antica Building, La Fiesta Square, City Plaza, the Library, and the Mercantile. All beloved, all timeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Ramon, and you can correct my pronunciation of your last name.
All good. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Ramon Amaral. I'm a field representative for the North Coast States Carpenters Union, formerly known as the North Cal Carpenters Union, out of Local 152, which covers Lafayette. I'd like to point out that the North Coast States Carpenters Union are pro-housing and see the dire need of more housing in our communities. With that said, we are also pro-worker. My experience has shown developers coming into the city, proposing a project and using incentives and streamlining only to choose an irresponsible general contractor who exploits workers with unlivable wages and no benefits, using unskilled labor, causing costly delays and unsafe working conditions. Selecting a responsible general contractor ensures a safe and clean job site built on time and on budget. Using a skilled workforce trained by a state certified apprenticeship program and earning a fair livable wage while also obtaining health benefits and a retirement plan for themselves and their families. This project has the potential of being a true community benefit as long as strong labor standards are imposed. And with the use of a responsible general contractor, I urge the council to adopt labor standards to ensure that the developer are held accountable for selecting of the general contractor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Mayor, council members, there are no additional speakers on this item at this time.
Okay, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to the council. But actually, sorry, before we close the public comment, we'll give the applicant a chance to respond if they wish to respond to any of the public comments. Okay. Applicant is indicating no interest in responding. So we'll close the public comment and we'll bring it back to the council. Do we have anyone want to start just general comments?
Okay, so there's things that I like about this that I think are good, and I'll just run through them. I think replacement of the aging commercial structure with needed housing, that's a plus. I'm in favor of a affordable 3-bedroom unit. I think that's an appropriate inclusion. Inclusion of commercial space, I think, is very important. I agree with Councilmember McCormick. I appreciate the regularity in the fenestration, at least in this type of plane. I like that there are no curb cuts on Mount Diablo, that the parking access is on 2nd Street and on the other Orchard Hill. I'm really appreciative of the bulb outs that you've put in on the corners, and that you've retained the sidewalk on 2nd Street, and that the bike parking was expanded. So those are all things that I think are really positive characteristics of the project as it's evolved. The things I'm concerned about, I started to mention the planted area on the above the podium and the maintenance and the upkeep of that. I think it's really important. And I'm concerned about entrusting that to residents who, as you said, may want to move to this to not have a backyard, and then suddenly are effectively told, now you're maintaining these flower boxes, et cetera. And I think maybe possibly even, are there trees on that level, some box trees as well? Okay, so that's just an observation, a concern. I have a number, but let me see if I can maybe just start with the biggest one, which I guess is the massing, the dominance, the heaviness of the Mount Diablo facade is concerning. The planted podium deck is good, but it's not on the Mount Diablo side, so it does nothing to soften the building's really very heavy appearance. I think also that southeast corner, the lobby facade plane just continues all the way up to the very, I think, 5th level. And that doesn't, to me, reduce the perceived mass of the structure from the right-of-way from Mount Diablo. And I think maybe one of the biggest things that strikes me is the contrast of the materials. That central lobby area mass is very dark in these renderings. I mean, it almost to me looks sometimes like it's black and white or black and very pale cream. And, you know, I think that it makes that volume very prominent and almost like they're disjointed. The pale beige column tower and then the large mass of the dark gray, dark brown. And, you know, I think in terms of articulation, it makes the building look kind of graphically articulated, but not necessarily less massive. And so to me, I think if it was less contrasting, it would be an improvement. It would bring the black, gray, dark brown lighter a bit, maybe increase the the intensity, the saturation of the cream, but to have it be less dramatic, I think might help the appearance, the massing, and that dominance at the curb, from the curb. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Before we go on to the comment, I just want to ask the city attorney, and I'm asking this in part in response to one of the public comments about the discretion the council has to approve this item. What is the range of discretion that we have on this?
Given that it's multifamily and affordable housing, and it complies with all of our design objective standards and general plan and specific plan, we are very limited in terms of particularly design review, given the comments we heard, in trying to modify that based on state law.
Okay, and what, there are a number of waivers have been requested. What discretion do we have in deciding on whether to grant those waivers?
If you do not want to make a finding, you are well aware of this finding. It's called the specific adverse impact finding, relates to public health safety. It is a very challenging finding to make. So in order to deny a waiver, you would have to make that finding.
Okay, would it be fair to say, and you don't need to answer this if you don't want to, that in terms of the developer changing what's been put before it, it would have to be that the developer either sees it in the developer's own interest to make the change and/or sees it as being a change that would contribute to the community by enhancing the look of the building on Mount Diablo Boulevard.
Yes, I think that's a fair statement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for asking those clarifying questions. I think my intent was to work hopefully with the applicant to achieve the best option that blends with the neighborhood context. That was
Yes,
my
no,
goal.
yeah, and my was not at all in response to your comments. I should have asked that question right after the public comment, because exactly, your questions are exactly the way we need to proceed tonight.
Okay.
Express what we see as improvements that could be made that would make it a better project, recognizing that given where we are, it's up to the applicant whether to make those changes or not.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think one other note is, to me, was just looking at some of your Google Street View or Google Earth aerials, just how much the building stands out, how much that dark massing pops out, because a lot of the buildings in the downtown are more light tones.
Anyway, yeah, great, thank you. So just to kind of wrap up the conversation we had, which I appreciate what you've been doing, thinking about the commercial side. My request would be lean into the commercial. I think it's great to have a backup plan in case it doesn't work. One thing I would just want to address, or you think about, because you were talking about like how much rates you could, what kind of the rent you could get for it and all that kind of stuff. I know, at least on the Brant side, those spaces were sold, right? Were purchased by business owners who did it. And I can tell you, as a business owner in Lafayette, there are very, very few buildings that a business owner could purchase and actually operate a place of business out of. There's aren't that many, right? Most places in town are owned by families of longstanding, and you can only rent, and you've got triple net, and you have all these things. And I know there was great interest in the Brant having those two great commercial spots along Mount Diablo. I would love to see the same energy there. So I guess we would be asking to take a little bit of leap of faith that we could get this side of Mount Diablo as vibrant as that side. But I would just love even more kind of commercial on that street to kind of get the energy, because we want people to be walking. We want people to kind of walk the neighborhood there and have places to sit and eat. So I appreciate you want it to be a cafe. Great. I think it's a great idea. Just love to kind of whatever we can do to the building itself to make it look a little more inviting and more commercial friendly, which again means big windows, place for signage, all that kind of stuff. It would be just terrific. So thank you for just for considering that, because I think that would make it a great, hopefully it'd be a win-win, that you would have people, surprising number of people lining up to hopefully purchase that as a commercial venue. So that was kind of my thing. I think at the moment, that's kind of my biggest concern. Other than, I appreciate what you're saying on the below market. I mean, I was, I looked, they seemed very small. I could look 900 square foot. Two bedroom is like awfully small and kind of squish in there. The price point though is attractive. I will say, I mean, if you're thinking of a $200,000, $300,000 price point, those do not exist in Lafayette. And so I really appreciate if we can get something to that level, to have a chance to have somebody own in Lafayette at that price point. It's worth some trade-offs. So I do appreciate that that's here part of the building.
Thank you. I think I'd like to echo some of the aspects of what Councilmember Weatherspoon related. And I do, looking at the site as it is now with this really clunky looking one-story commercial building doesn't add anything. And then having the prospect of housing there, to me, is a net win for the city. But I look at the site, it's a big block of material on the street. It will, I think, will have the greatest presence along the entire boulevard when all is said and done. So doing it right to me is really critical. If I were king, I'd say, well, let's do this, but maybe not 6 stories. That'd probably be something more along the size of Merrill Gardens. But I don't have that discretion, and neither do we under the Housing Accountability Act. I get that. But so I think trying to sort of like acknowledge the building and its massing, but in a way that has less of a impact on the boulevard is important. And I really do appreciate the effort made by the developer, your team, to respond to feedback from the Design Review Commission, the Planning Commission, this feedback here. We want a project that's going to be successful, fully occupied, and provides housing for people in this community. And doing it in a way where it's net additive to the street feel for on the most our key artery in this community. So I just put that out there. I think with respect to the project, I lean towards the idea of a 3-bedroom below market rate unit. I'd be willing to accept some kind of a trade-off on that because I think it's important to provide greater housing options for lower income individuals. So would be a discussion point for us, I think. And be able to leave it for that for now.
Okay. Given where we are in the process and the discretion or lack of discretion we have in deciding on these matters, yes, I'm happy that we're going to have housing in this location, location that has been undeveloped and is not an attractive spot. And I would not have made it 6 stories. I would not have brought it so close to the sidewalk, to the street. I would have stepped back the frontage the way other buildings are doing, and what our soon-to-be objective design standards will call for, unless builders go into the density bonus, and then we'll be in the same situation we are now. So I feel very frustrated in terms of this huge building going in, which the strongest praise I can give is that at least it looks better than anything in Walnut Creek. You put thought into how it's designed. It's not the same sort of boxy, but it's a huge building without, it doesn't fit in. I mean, Merrill Gardens is one of my favorite buildings in Lafayette in the way that it's steps back, the way it's been developed. It has the courtyard, it has the 10-foot sidewalk. It just sits very nicely on the boulevard and allows for people to go up and down the boulevard. And as I mentioned, now going from west to east, it's going to be constrained. The sidewalk is 8.5 feet. That would be great. I just hope that in this process that doesn't narrow down, because I think that would be a huge problem. If there's any way you can think of, providing more room, providing a setback, I understand what you're saying about the spine of the building. It all comes down to the number of units, and I just think that's unfortunate. So it's like the things that I'm commenting on are just embroidering around the edges. At least, please have a wide walking area along the boulevard. At least, please try to have bigger trees that provide more of a leafy barrier for the building. I mean, right now the trees are, I think, 20 or so feet tall, even though they've been topped. But these crepe myrtles are not going to reach that height. And so, we need trees that are going to do something to mask the base. So I'm, just do what we can and hope that that you will, think about what can make it look better. Okay, so unless there are other specific comments, I'd suggest we go to the resolution and the, sure.
Just to follow up regarding trees, I'm disappointed that the tree replacement is not possible, given our really hot climate. I think it's just extremely unfortunate to reduce our downtown street tree census and exacerbate our urban heat island effect, not take care of greenhouse gases. And I understand why the applicant is requesting this waiver, and I understand the intent of the state density bonus law is to expand housing units, but I just think this is an example where really legitimate policy interests collide. That's just an editorial.
And you've reminded me of something I was going to get into during the question period, and I saved it. But we do have the downtown street improvement plan, which calls basically 4 rows of street trees along the side of the street. And the intention was that there would be this along the boulevard, these large trees. And I just hate to see this half of a block, be a dead spot in that lineup of trees. So if you please consider that. I think those are a variety of oak tree that are planted. It's a red oak, I think, that's planted in front of Merrill Gardens. Think about planting that. That's, I believe, one of the approved street trees in the downtown street improvement plan. Because we just have to have some, size of tree, some screening of the building. Okay, now there's one issue. I will go to the resolution, but the one issue that you've each alluded to is the 3-bedroom affordable unit. Now, remember, that is tied to the question of dispersion of the units, because even though the applicant was willing to do the 3-bedroom, staff determined, and I agree with the staff finding, that you still do not have dispersion of the units throughout the building. So it's beyond just, it isn't a question of 3 bedrooms versus public art. It's 3 bedrooms and also agree to having the two units on the same, waiving, saying you can make the finding that the units are dispersed through the building versus the public art.
So could you repeat that? I didn't quite understand that clarification.
No,
I was thinking
there's two parts to it. It's not just providing a 3-unit apartment. It's also, we have to make a finding in order to avoid the applicant needing to use the concession to say that no, to say yes, the 3 apartments are adequately dispersed throughout the building.
Right. But I did think, I was on my understanding though, that the 3-bedroom versus 2-bedroom was kind of a trade-off with public art.
No, it's not. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay. Did I misunderstand? Okay.
That's not a straight trade-off. Because
Yeah.
even if, no, it's not, that's not the
fine.
trade-off. You have to be, they have to, correct me if I'm wrong, but they have to meet the criteria with respect to the size and dispersion of the below market rate units.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. If you look at the code section right there, there's the section of the code that says inclusionary units must be dispersed throughout the project and be comparable in terms of bedroom count and exterior design to the market rate units.
So it's two-part.
And then so the applicant, if they propose the 3-bedroom units, they would meet one part of the provision. However, staff does not believe that they meet the dispersal portion of the provision unless, but the city council can also make a determination as to whether they're meeting the dispersion requirement. So on the left is the current distribution. You have the two BMR units concentrated here on level 2, and then one right here. So staff believes that this is a more proportionate dispersion since the BMR units are concentrated on level 3, 4, and 5, but it's really up to the city council to make that determination.
And to clarify on the graphic on the right, on the second floor, you would have there should be 2 market rate units there, right? Because there are 2 units on that second
Yeah,
floor.
that's why it's a taller green square on the left there.
Right. There's 2. There's nothing on.
Okay. I didn't see that.
Yes, on the right, it doesn't have it because the green below market rate units,
Yeah.
this is a proportional distribution. And then staff is trying to illustrate that a more proportionate distribution is if the below market rate units were located on 3, 4, and 5.
Right. But there would be 2 units on that second floor. In this case, in that scenario, they'd both be market rate.
No, that's not what it's saying though, because this is where I'm confused on this one.
Yeah.
I understand conceptually what
Mhm.
proportional means, but if your bars add up to 31 units on the current distribution, don't the
Mhm.
bars have to equal 31 units on the proportional distribution? So wouldn't you can't, I mean,
They do.
do they? I mean,
Yes.
you would just say you need more units on levels 3, 4, and 5 then.
No, I'm saying instead of the units being concentrated on level 2, a more proportionate distribution if it was
No,
located.
what the council member is saying, where did the units on floor 2 go?
Yeah.
Those were the only below market rate.
No,
units,
but
so-
where did they go? I mean, if
They went to 3 and 4. They went to 3 and 5.
So, but under doing that, the applicant then
Yes.
had to squeeze down the other
Yes.
units.
I want to speak at
Yeah,
the,
can you? Okay. Okay,
Can we comment?
yeah. well,
Yes.
Just, yeah,
Yes.
go ahead.
So we put the elegance of the solution to putting the 2 BMRs on a second floor is that they also served to shield the garage. If we disperse them on the upper floors, then we would expose the garage again. I would also like to note, because we do this often, planning these buildings, we fully understand the planner's motivation to optimize the distribution here. However, we would just like to note that architecture is not a fully flexible, malleable affair. There are multiple factors that influence floor planning, which Nikhil mentioned before: stacking, floor plan, overall layout. So you do your best, but there's always, like, you can get maybe to 80%, but to mathematically come to 100%, this is rarely what you see, because it would just lead to very unoptimized, otherwise very strange situations. So it's almost a very typical and normal situation that in a case for the distribution that you get there to 80% to 90%, and that's pretty okay. So what we would just ask is that what we show good enough for the distribution? And particularly taking into account, we only have 3 units. So, I mean, if you have like, let's say 12 BMR units, there is more flexibility. But if you only have 3, you know, well, you put 2 in one location and 1 in the other, and 1 is higher up in the building and the 2 are lower down, and, you know, so yeah, this is what we are requesting.
So if I could clarify.
Yep.
Because I think I was under the impression that there were still going to be 2 units on that second floor
Mhm.
if the BMR units were moved upstairs, so to speak. What you're telling me is no.
No.
It would be just the garage. It would be that big wall that I saw in some of the schematics. Am I understanding this correctly?
That is correct, yeah.
Yeah, and let me add to that, right? The way we made space when we got feedback to say this is a too big a building, how do you provide room and reduce the bulk? So we reduced the number of units on the top floor. I was like, okay, I still want to build that many units. Where do I put them? Those step backs where we lost those 2,000-3,000 feet was put into the second level. So I can say, okay, I mean, if we wanted to go down and go through this exercise and rehash it, it would entail get rid of those, go back up and make the 6th floor even taller, right? Because then you won't have the step backs. If I want to get the same output, right, sellable square footage, it's not going to disappear. For the project to pencil, I need that square footage. So we went through all those things and determined that this was the best place because it hit both objectives. It kind of shields the garage and the upper level.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, I think the spirit of, I understand what many do here, right?
Do you have do you,
I do, an observation or a question, I'm sorry.
okay, I'm just don't want to keep the back and forth.
Sorry, I'm sorry. That's fine. You know, you can sit down. It's more of a comment, I think,
Okay.
perhaps, that thank you very much. I think the intention of dispersal, though, is to make sure that the people in the BMR units don't feel like second-class citizens, right? And what we have here, I understand the technical, I understand like the geometric constraints that we're under, and I'm certainly sympathetic with the stacking and having to want the same floor plan up and down. Let's just observe, though, that we have the second floor, these 2 units next to the garage. One of them is right across the street from the bathroom. They are in the elevator, and you walk out your door and you go into the parking garage, these 2 units. So it is certainly doesn't feel integrated into the neighborhood of this complex, unfortunately. So I was,
Okay, I'll just make 2 observations. One, I think the applicant would say, as the architect did in his presentation, the way it's configured, it's almost, you get off the elevator, you're in a suite, you go into your unit. If you come out and turn left, you go either into the lounge or the fitness center. So you have access to those, and it's and you don't even see the parking lot unless you go to your car. That would be the positive side on it. The way I look at it, I would be very reluctant to agree that that meets this particular requirement. I mean, it meets other goals within the design, but I don't think I don't think we can make a finding that they're dispersed throughout the project, because it would set a precedent that we would never be able to get. I mean, it's just a terrible precedent that if somebody didn't understand the whole of the unit, to say that you've got the two of the 3 units are right next to each other. They're on the garage floor. They're separated from the rest of the units. I would not want to make that finding, that's dispersion of units. So Stella and then Jim.
Yeah, I understand your point. I guess I don't see it exactly the same way. I mean, dispersed throughout the project doesn't give absolute prescription in how they should be dispersed throughout the project. We only have 3 units out of 31. There's only, is that 5 candidate floors to put them on? Maybe 4 really, because I understand the 6th is kind of larger square footage. I mean, I don't see the second floor as necessarily being disadvantageous. I think, I believe that it will be substantially separate from the garage through hallway doors, et cetera. One aspect is convenience, though. No need to take elevators up and down from your parking spot, perhaps. I personally, having been an apartment dweller in a college dorm, and I like not having a whole lot of neighbors, not a lot of people traveling through the hallway. So I see that potentially as a benefit. Nice to be kind of one of two. The access also there is better to, I think, the lounge and the fitness center.
Mhm.
I see those as trade-offs and not necessarily in conflict with dispersion.
Okay, Jim.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts. Monica, could you pull up the slide that shows that facade on Second Street? I think there's two there, one of which is with the second floor having the two-bedroom units, and the other is just the parking garage. And maybe while you do that, I'll make a couple of comments, one of which is, I think part of this is the problem of small numbers, where we're trying to sort of, we've got three BMR units, and we're trying to sort of like make them fit. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and so that's one. The other kind of related to that is that sometimes it's the perfect is the enemy of the good, and which is part of what I'm grappling with here. I would rather have the BMR scattered, one on each floor above. That was my going in on this, but I think I realized that if we do that, then we end up with the presentation on the left. That's what Second Street would look like, as I understand it, because that having the BMRs on the two-bedroom ones on that second floor makes that facade on the right work, as I understand it.
Right,
I think that's a much better look.
but no one's asking the applicant to move those units.
Well, if we want to maintain proportional, which means having BMR units on the third, fourth, fifth floors, let's say, then as I understand it, the option on the right does not work.
And the applicant would seek a concession. That's what the applicant's asking for now. That's what's in the proposal before us.
Right, the concession is to drop the public art requirement, as I understand.
No, the concession is to
Right.
be able to keep the units together like this, that they don't have to meet the dispersal requirement. That's the concession.
Yeah. But then, so if that's the concession the developer gets, then they would take on the public art requirement,
Yes.
which, as I heard them say, the math doesn't work for them doing that.
No, they said it would. They can't do both.
Right.
They can't do the 3-bedroom unit and the art requirement.
Right, so you'd have three two-bedroom units.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's the other thing I'm trying to hang on to, which is having that have the 3-bedroom unit as one of the 3 below market rate ones. And maybe that's the trade-off we make, perhaps,
Okay.
because I frankly prefer the look on the right than on the left.
So are you saying, maybe you can explain our trade-offs, because you're right, they're asking for the concession. They're kind of like, so
Well,
is the
let-
option
let's
is
just-
we acknowledge it as dumb dispersion, and then they get the concession to make it work? Is that?
If we agree that 2 units on the second floor, 1 unit on the 4th floor is adequate dispersal, and they change that to a 3-unit, then they don't need to use a concession, and they'll use the concession on public art. But the key to that is to say we can make the finding that that's adequate dispersal. So I guess that's the first question.
Right, because if we can't, they'll use the concession to put it here.
Yeah. So I take it that you're willing to make that finding that that's adequate dispersal. I'm not.
I'm willing to make it.
Okay.
It's not an adequate dispersal.
Hmm?
It's not adequate dispersal.
Well, I'm not gonna, I don't see how.
It's not. It's not. And I agree with Councilmember Witherspoon that there's certain advantages there, but there's advantages for any unit to be there then. It doesn't have to be the, you can say it's any, even a market rate one.
I think the square footage comes into play there.
It does.
Because those are 900 something square foot units. So I guess you could turn two into one market rate, 1,800, but I don't know I don't know the square footages of all the different units, but 1,800 is probably one of the upper end.
So I forget to
Where's
think
this leave us?
through, because we're sort of deadlocked on that
Yeah.
item. If it were 3 2-bedrooms,
Mhm.
DMR, then as I sort of understood it, then that changes the math on the developer side where we could make the dispersal work.
No,
No, that,
no, because you can't, because the two units are still on the second floor on the garage level. So I mean, okay, so one alternative, because in neither case it's presented, at least in my view, I don't think we can make the dispersal finding. And if you can't make that finding, then it does come down to, do we, well, it'd be 3 2-bedroom units. They would use the concession for that, and then we would have public art.
mhm.
Yeah, actually, there's no other, if we don't make the dispersion finding, they have to use the concession for that.
I think so.
Yes.
So that is the key then.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, because I am concerned the precedent is significant. If this isn't dispersion, then what is? Or isn't not dispersion?
Okay.
I mean, I think we've seen a long time ago, maybe a proposal, I forget the name, the corporate terrace. I think
Mhm.
they had talked about having one entire building block
That's correct.
as the lower income. That's clearly not dispersed.
Right, but
Among
that was not just lower income, that was adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. There was a reason.
And that was the rationale.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Why don't we hold this then
Okay.
and go
Okay.
through everything else and come back to it?
Okay.
Okay, so looking at the resolution, we'll just go through it page by page. Any changes on page 1? On page 2, I have a question. The 6th whereas on that page refers to the Design Review Commission recommended option 1 as a preferred stormwater treatment alternative for consideration. Is that the bioretention on Second Street?
Yes.
Okay. Any comments on page 2? Page 3, number 1, commissions should be city councils in the second line.
Understood.
It's hereby adopted
Right.
as the city council's own findings.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Let's see. Okay, anything else on page 3?
Mm-mm.
Anything on 4? Okay, so this is important because these are the waivers. Any comment?
No, no.
Okay, over to the next page. Any comments on that page? On to the next, the one that says major subdivision. Any comments there?
Well, except for, I mean, obviously we have a public art.
Yeah, we'll come back to that.
Okay,
if
we're just
we-
gonna
if
skip
we
or
have to
ignore
do
that for now.
Yeah,
Okay.
but if,
Mhm.
yeah, we'll leave it there for now. Hmm. Okay, I would just note under the downtown design review, paragraph D, I don't have page numbers, so I'm not sure anymore what page we're on, but it's downtown design review on the
Mhm.
top, and D, project promotes a character relating to Lafayette that is informal with variations in architectural styles, massing setbacks and upper story setbacks. I'll just say it is what it is.
I mean, it does qualify, especially under the standard we have today, so.
Okay, next page, anything?
Mm-mm.
Next page, demolition permit, nothing. Well, final page of the resolution, anything? Okay, so
No.
we're on to the,
One type of correct in the last.
There is, actually. So this is,
ooh,
yeah, it's been going for a while, I think.
the movement going on here.
We could make. Councilmember Candel's,
Okay.
issue plausible deniability.
All right, okay, Exhibit A, the conditions of approval. Okay, page one,
Mhm.
anything, page two, page three, page four, page five, page six, page seven. Okay, so on page 8, page 9,
Yeah.
question how we can put in the tree protection. You'll either add that.
Yes, yes, when the city council makes a motion, the city council can, make a motion with the request that staff add the tree protection to the conditions of approval, and staff will make that change.
Yeah. Well, it's already there, and it's number 40 there. We just need to add 40 in the, correct?
Yeah, I think that's the standard language.
Oh, I see.
I think we need to call this out.
I just didn't know if we would augment that or it'd be a separate one, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. Good. Okay, 9, 10, 11. And again, I note the
Yeah.
public art, we'll come back to that if we go a different direction. 12, and that is it. Okay, so that was quick.
Well, it's been through enough.
Okay, so we're back to our issue. Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly. If we cannot, we have to make a finding that, well, in order for the applicant not to have to use a concession, we would have to make a finding that the units are adequately dispersed.
Yes,
Whether
that's,
it's a 3-bedroom or a 2-bedroom. I mean, even you've said earlier,
Mhm.
they came back, yes, we'll do a 3-bedroom. And then we have these 2-bedrooms, and you said, no, that still doesn't meet the dispersal requirement.
yes,
Yeah.
that's
Right.
correct.
Okay,
But to clarify, because I'm watching the planning commission meeting, that was kind of they got conflated, right? That was almost like a separate request during the planning commission review about the lack of diversity in the housing. And that was more, right? That almost didn't have anything to do, I seem to recall, it wasn't even brought up. This is why it's hard. These two things overlap, but they're not necessarily related, right? This was in response, I believe, the planning commission concerned about the lack of diversity of housing. It didn't have anything to do with dispersion.
right.
You
It
know.
just that happens that there's 2 parts to
Yeah.
that test.
Yeah.
And if we can't find the dispersal, then the test isn't met. And then I would understand the applicant would say,
Yeah,
well, then
Using concession.
it's going to be 2 units rather than
Mhm.
3. I mean, 2 bedrooms rather than 3.
I think that's the, how we break the deadlock, but I don't know how else we kind of.
Well,
would.
you're saying you can't vote for it?
I cannot.
And I think part of my concern is as I understand this better, and I think I do, that with, if we have a dispersal, so all the BMR units are on floors 3 to 5, then that facade on Second Street's going to be that is the garage. I just think,
But Jim, my understanding, the applicant under no circumstances is going to change that, correct? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not a possibility.
Yeah.
So it really, I guess we said before, it's art or, okay, in order for it to be a 3-bedroom unit or public art, we would have to say the units are adequately dispersed. Okay, then it's, we could get the, if we wanted 3 bedrooms versus public art, then we could get the 3 bedrooms. I just have real difficulty making that dispersal finding because of the precedent it sets.
Yeah. Because we're gonna have we know we're gonna have other things come before us, so they're gonna be pushing.
yeah, and I hear that. I think it's, these projects are also all different in their own ways. In this case, we got 31 units and we're trying to spread 3 units on 5 floors, so. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, if it were simply a question of 3-bedroom versus public art, then, you know, I think we could make a decision. I probably would still vote for the public art. But I think there's something deeper there that causes a problem.
Yeah.
That's the precedent.
So if we were to say, no, can't have two-bedroom units on the second floor, what happens with that space?
No,
No, we're not,
Yeah,
all we're saying is we can't make the finding, which this is one area we have discretion, right? About, we can make a finding that these aren't adequately dispersed. The applicant has an option then to use a concession.
right. So they can still make it happen.
Yeah, so they can make it happen. No one is going to force the 2-bedroom units. We can't do that out of the second floor. All we can say is that doesn't meet we can't make the finding that that's an adequately dispersed project. And then the applicant uses the concessions,
I see.
a concession.
So.
Okay, so,
we take a-
yeah, so let's just take a formal vote. Do we have
So I just want to clarify
Yeah.
what the formal vote would be. So we're deadlocked on the finding, so we can't make the
well,
finding.
that's the vote's going to be on, can we make that finding? And
Yeah.
if we can't make it, then you need 3 votes to make the finding.
Yeah.
And if we don't have it,
Right.
then the applicant, the materials as they're here stand. The applicant's asking for a concession for the fine, and that we don't have to make the finding. And we'll have 3 2-bedroom below market rate apartments and public art.
Right. And to clarify on that, so we cannot make the dispersal finding. So then the question falls to,
There is no question after that.
There's no
Okay.
question. They'll use a concession for that.
they use the consent, okay.
Okay,
Do you want a motion? You need a negative motion or a positive?
I want a positive motion.
So
Yeah.
you make,
Let's see, so if we move what's in this resolution here, then.
Well, no, just on this point. And
Oh.
actually, we can just take
just,
just ask for an agreement that that this meets the requirement.
So I can move then that we
Just-
can make the dispersal finding.
Yeah.
Okay.
We make
So
this.
I'll move just to keep the process moving here. I'll make a motion to approve the dispersal finding.
Okay,
Second.
okay, and we'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Witherspoon?
Aye.
Aye.
no.
No, so the motion fails to carry. The applicant will use the make sure the city attorney is in agreement with the way we're proceeding. The application as is before us stays the same. The applicant is asking for a concession, and then the public art requirements stay in here as they are.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we need a motion to approve the resolution.
Oops.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make
Okay,
that.
I make, if I were
Because
just,
I want to add the tree protection.
okay, that's fine, go ahead.
Okay, I move that we, okay, make sure. Do we need to wait for anything?
Make sure.
Okay, I move approval of resolution 2026-24 with an amendment that provides for adequate protection for the heritage oak on the northeast corner of Mount Diablo Boulevard and Second Street.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote again. Councilman Witherspoon?
Aye.
Councilman
Aye.
Bundy?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so it's unanimous. Okay, congratulations. And there is, well, no, is there a, no, there is no appeal period. Okay. So we will take a 5-minute break and resume at 9:40. Okay, we're back in session and we're on item 13B. Nicole Zittel will present.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone, council members. My name is Nicole Zittel. I am the project planner for this appeal of a denial of a variance for a property 7 Lark Creek Lane. For some site context, located on the screen, the project site is located in the northeastern portion of Lafayette at the end of a private lane off of Release Valley Road. Both 7 and 5 Lark Creek Lane, which are identified in the image to the right, are under common ownership, and the subject of the appeal of the variance is for 7 Lark Creek Lane, highlighted in green. What is shown is the existing and proposed barn that, as part of the variance request, was to be converted to a conditioned single-family residence. This barn existed at the time of the 1997 minor subdivision. There was one lot, and it was subdivided into 3, so 3, 7, and 5 Lark Creek Lane. And as stated, the variance request would convert this existing barn into habitable space. As outlined in the staff report packet, the Planning Commission reviewed the appeal of the denial of the variance by the zoning administrator. The Planning Commission reviewed this in November of 2025 and upheld the zoning administrator's denial of the variance request as they were unable to make the findings for a variance. Now I'll go into what we are seeing on the screen. So the existing barn storage is 1 feet 4 inches from the side yard property line, which I've highlighted in green. The existing barn's encroachment into the required 15-foot side yard setback, which is dashed in blue, is approximately 13 feet 8 inches, whereas in the R20 zoning district, a 15-foot side yard setback is required. And this nonconformance is the result of the original structure's siding and not due to any physical limitations of the site. On the minor subdivision, or the approved tentative parcel map of the 1997 minor subdivision, on this property, there did show a proposed single-family residence that would comply with all of the zoning regulations. This property is generally consistent with other lots in the R20 zoning district in terms of its size, shape, and topography. The site is relatively flat and unconstrained, allowing for reasonable development that could meet all applicable setback requirements as demonstrated in the 1997 subdivision. The Planning Commission staff report analysis remains applicable in this City Council agenda item, that the findings for a variance still cannot be made. Public notice was sent out to neighbors in the vicinity, and the immediate area was posted at least 10 days before this meeting, but no public comments were received. Before I get into the recommendation, I do want to point out a couple things. In City Council Draft Resolution 2026-12, on page 1 is 4, one of the whereas statements says, whereas the November 17th, 2024 zoning administrator meeting was canceled, that should be corrected to the August 17th, 2024 zoning administrator meeting. And on page 2 of the draft resolution, the whereas statement, whereas in November 2025, the applicant met with the city manager, should be changed to in September 2025, the applicant met with the city manager. So staff's recommendation is that the city council find the project exempt from CEQA and adopt City Council Resolution 2026-12, denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's denial of design review 0724 and variance 0724. Thank you.
Okay, are there questions for staff?
Just Mayor, I'd just like to just disclose that I did visit the property last week. Just in full disclosure, I met with the applicants and toured the barn and chat with them about their project. Just in interest of just disclosing that.
Okay. Okay, I'll disclose. I did visit the property today too, and also disclose I was on the Planning Commission in 1997 when the property was subdivided, but I assume that doesn't matter for this purpose. Okay. Okay, questions for staff? Nope.
I have a question. So the issue here is that there's a 15-foot setback requirement because we have two separate lots, albeit under the same owner. And which is makes converting this barn into a residence problematic. If there were no lot line separation, in other words, these lot 5 and 7 were one, does that setback problem go away?
So if the lot line were to be dissolved and 5 and 7 were to be merged into one lot, then the barn as it exists as a non-habitable structure would, yes, conform with the setbacks. If it were to go down the path of being converted, there are options available to the property owners if they wanted to convert that. An ADU, Senate Bill 9.
Right, so it could be an ADU. I understand we have certain size limits on ADUs, and this may not fit that, but
So in our ADU ordinance, the conversion of a existing detached structure, granted this would be if the lot line were dissolved, it would be the conversion of existing space, so a Class B ADU, and there is no size regulation on a Class B ADU.
thank you.
We can hear from the applicant, and you'll have 10 minutes if you, okay.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here, giving me this opportunity. I have no differences in the findings or the facts and all of that. No, we get it. Okay, no arguments on all of that. So the reason I'm here, and I don't know if it would help to provide some narrative on how we got here. And there's actually only one small discrepancy in, I think it's Nicole, right? What she just said. In the appeal in November, at the meeting, we were told that if we dissolve the lot line, I believe, I'm going from memory, that the barn structure being 1,300 square feet would exceed the ADU. But what I just heard is that it does not. So that's something different than what I was told, I believe. Okay, that's my only discrepancy. And if that is actually available to us, that's something that we need to think through. But since we didn't know about that, that is currently not top of mind for me. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So far?
I'm just might mention in the minutes from the Planning Commission meeting, it was actually Mr. Kubitschek
Yes.
who said he noted that the existing building is over 1,200 square feet and the maximum square footage for ADUs in the city is 1,200 square feet if they merge the two lots. So unfortunately, that statement of Mr. Kubitschek does not reflect the actual
Got it.
situation.
Thank you for that. Like I said, I'm going from memory. But at that same meeting, though, the Planning Commission did not correct that statement. So we were led to believe that statement was accurate. Okay? So, yeah, how we got here. So we bought the property a couple of years ago, and everybody told us that this was not going to be a problem or issue. So that it is what it is. I think these meetings, and I'm speaking as not an expert, right? Just a resident. By the way, 19 years in Lafayette. And I don't know if it makes a difference, but I think a pretty outstanding citizen of Lafayette. Okay. So You know, when we go to these meetings, whether it was the planning commission or you, the council and the mayor, you can look at these appeals and you can approach it from the perspective of finding a reason to deny it, which clearly there are basis for it. Or you can ask the alternative question, is that if we approve it, does it improve the community? There's two different ways to look at the same question. And what I submitted as a letter was that I think the community would be better off if we were given the opportunity to make this barn a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit, right, or dwelling, because we would definitely, it was contingent on the improvement of the fireproofing for the roof. So we would replace the roof with a higher level of fire safety and also the siding. So that's a benefit, not just for me, but for everybody in that neighborhood, right? So I would ask you to really think about this. You know, the whole point of variances, you got to look at everything uniquely, right? If you don't, there's no need for a variance. You just go by the rules and done deal. So I would ask that you think about it in a way to balance the pros and cons of it and, you know, consider us giving us this, this variance, you know, on that. So I told you this was going to be very short because there's not a lot of controversy. It's just a simple balance of values. And I think the neighborhood. Now, I guess one last thing, I hate for the way this might sound. It's not intended to be, you know, threatening or argumentative. Since the denials, the reason I'm here alone is there's no architect, there's no attorney representing me, right? Because I'd kind of nixed the idea. We did talk to a law firm and a developer, and they suggested that we go the route of 1123. And they said, if you go down that route, you know, you have a lot more latitude and you can do a lot of things, but it won't really achieve what we want. We wanted this to be her dream home. That's how this whole thing got started, right? And you know, I think what we're proposing is really a pretty good compromise because it makes no changes to the square footage of the barn structure, right? There's no external visual changes to the way it looks. We don't raise the height. All of our neighbors would be actually pretty happy about that. And the alternative is for us to turn this into a financial development. And I don't think any of our neighbors would want that. That is an option for us, but I do not believe that's the spirit of the Lafayette community, and I wanted to comply with that. So I'm going to leave it there. Any questions for me?
Questions? Yes.
Yeah, great. So thank you for your statement. So given what we just learned, and yes, we have to figure out why we've been misleading. So if it is possible to dissolve a lot line and then classify it as an ADU, and then you could do what needs to be done, does that change does that seem a viable approach to you?
My boss
Yeah,
had to
well.
weigh in. You need to step up, yes.
You know that having 2 lots is my dream, you know, yeah. And this barn is for my, so I can take care of my older sister. And I'm getting old too. So for me to drive, currently live in Orinda, for me to drive during the nighttime to visit her if she's in bad health, if she lives next to me, I can just walk over there and take care of her.
But his question is, are you okay with?
Well, because I like 2 lots, you know, it's more valuable for
Right.
2 lots than 1.
Well, understood. Yeah, but I guess this does give you a path to kind of
Yeah, it does
choose
give you-
which one. Okay.
Yeah.
Great,
That
thank
was
you.
a path we didn't know about.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a, okay, thank you, thanks. And any other questions for us?
Nope. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm just going to ask if this is new information for the applicant. If the applicant wanted time to think it over, would we bring this back at another meeting or should we proceed? Tonight, I'm asking the city attorney.
I don't think the findings can be made on the variance, so you can proceed on this action. If they were to choose to move forward with a merger or some other aspect, that would be a separate application.
Okay. All right, is there any public comment?
Mayor Anduri, I have no speakers in the community hall and I have no hands raised in our virtual audience.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council. Who would like to go first?
I'll start off. When I first saw this item, I kind of wanted to figure out a way to make this work. I said, I figured, look, you've got a barn structure converted into another unit, all good. As because we can create a little more housing, even if it's one unit, that's to me a net positive. And I get the circumstances in this family's particular case. I guess the problem I ran into is we had a discussion on a lot line variance just a few weeks ago on Spring Hill Lane and could not make the findings and therefore denied that property owner's request. This is even tighter. I mean, it's like 1.5 feet off the lot line. And, you know, I think I felt like we stuck to the black and white of the law in the prior case. I think we need to do that here. I'd love to find a creative solution to facilitate this family's, you know, priorities, and maybe dissolving the lot line, doing an ADU might get there. I'm hardly an expert on this at all, but I think that the planning commission did the right thing. I don't see how I could support a variance on this because it's black and white. Once we do it here, I kind of think, to the mayor's prior point in the last discussion, I think you got a precedence issue. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I would just, I would echo that. I think I too appreciate what they're trying to do. They're doing a high quality work. The barn is a great structure. Saving it like it is just, I applaud their creative thinking. That being said, I just think the precedence, because that lot, the building could go a bunch of different locations as lot's currently configured. It's really hard to see how we would approve it without really opening up a lot of a precedent setting that is not warranted. So I accept that we have an outstanding citizen in Lafayette, absolutely. And, but it's hard to really kind of make that finding given the circumstances.
Yeah, I concur. I do hope, though, that there are some options like the ADU, possible lot consolidation, maybe SB9, but I would encourage the owners to work with the planning department on all of the possibilities. But yeah, I can't make the finding.
Yeah, I would just note that in Mr. Kubitschek's letter to staff in February 21st, 2025, he states that the building for which we are requesting a variance is an existing building where we're changing the use from storage facility to living quarters. It is not a rare situation in Lafayette where an existing building is converted to living quarters in close proximity to a property line. And staff was not able to come up with any case where that actually has happened. And I guess just a couple of comments. I understand what you're saying about finding what's in the best interest for the community. But one of the things that we have to think about in terms of being in the interest of the community is an applicant's or being able to come before the council and everyone being treated the same. And if we make an exception in one case, we set a precedent that means we'd have to make it another, and we would have applicants coming to us and not knowing whether we are going to, you know, make a special exception in their case, and we just can't have it. I mean, the best interest of the community is to have a system that is decided the same for everyone. The other comment I would make is that one of the things I learned early on from my years of the Planning Commission is that you never take into consideration, this may sound harsh, but you never take into consideration who the people are who are making the application, because the building is going to be there long after the people go. And we have seen a couple of cases where a special, well, let's say not in the variant situation, but decisions were made because it was somebody's dream home. And then a year later, they left, and the neighbors were left with someone else's dream home, which was not optimal for them. And so we just have to think about the, what the building rather than the people. So I think it's pretty clear we can't grant the variance. We haven't, not, to my knowledge, we've never done it in a case similar to this, and so we really can't do it now. So entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
I'll move it.
Okay, so moving adoption of City Council Resolution 2026-12.
Oh, I'm sorry, correction, apologies, 2026-21.
21,
Yes.
transposition. All right. Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
So the resolution is adopted and the appeal is denied. Okay. Okay, we're on item 14, the item removed from the consent calendar. This will go quickly. That was in the minutes. And I think it's page 21 of 27. There's a misquote. It states that the money that, the statement is made correctly on the day. The minutes show that it says that Tracy said that the money for Campana came out of the parking fund. It actually came out of the city office fund.
Great. Actually, I have another.
Oh, go ahead. Yep.
On page 8, it says on, Vice Mayor Clark said it's just that restriction should only apply to designated red flag days. And also said he noted that Orinda has installed signs saying no parking on red flag days.
Nicole, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole. That was not me saying that there was Orinda had no parking on red flag days, because I was not aware of that until that was spoken. I don't remember who said it. It just wasn't me. So I don't.
Susan?
I think it was Susan.
Maybe it was Susan. Yeah. So
She's not here tonight.
yeah, top of page 8, yeah, third paragraph. I just think it's Susan, Councilmember Candell noted that Orinda has installed signs saying no parking on red flag days.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a motion for approval of the minutes with the 2 corrections.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so, okay, I didn't realize. Okay, so council commission reports. Anyone have anything to report? Okay. All right, on to 15B, appointing 1 member to the Environmental Task Force. Councilmember Witherspoon.
Yes, so last month, Mayor Anduri and I had the good pleasure of meeting with 2 applicants for the Environmental Task Force. And we would like to put forward a recommendation to appoint Derek Seaver to the Environmental Task Force. He brought enthusiasm and background from his work in San Jose with environmental issues, and we thought he would be a very active and positive member.
Okay, is there any public comment?
Mayor Anduri, there's no public comment at this time.
Okay, is there any discussion? You want to go ahead and make the motion?
Sure. So I move that we appoint Derek Seaver to the Environmental Task Force.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And we're on to 16A. Email from Severa Williams requesting a proclamation recognizing April as Autism Awareness Month in Lafayette. We have the proclamation. Does anyone have any question? Is there any public comment?
No comments?
We have a motion.
I move we proclaim, or we recognize April as Autism Awareness Month in Lafayette.
And I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We're on to B. Email from Laney Whitconnect, campaign chair for Measure H, requesting a resolution of endorsement from the Lafayette City Council. Do we have anyone who would like to speak on this topic? Is there any public comment?
No public comment?
Okay, you're here for insurance purposes. Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay, any comment? We go right to the
Right.
motion.
I will, I'm sorry, do you have a comment? Sorry.
You're about to make a motion.
I was going to make a motion, but if you want to comment.
I just wanted to make a comment that I think that what I've read here is this notion of, strong community needs strong schools. And, in a community like ours where we talk Green Hills, great schools, you got to make the great schools work. And great schools need stable funding, which to me is what this Measure H. H is really maybe our best letter. Let's hope for Lafayette. So, thank you.
Great. Well, then I would like to make a motion that we have a resolution of endorsement from the Lafayette City Council for the approval of Measure H.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, in terms of discussion, I'll just say that Vice Mayor McCormick and I used the 2 city council slots to attend the launch party on Tuesday, and it was fantastic. The energy level was just incredible. The 2 co-leaders of the campaign are incredible, made incredible presentations. I like the focus of the campaign on candor and, just, this measure has to pass. I mean, there's just no question about that. It's the way we looked at our Measure H.
It is accurate.
But I think it's even a more severe situation. And so, yeah, I think this is the right thing for the city to get back behind this. I know that all of us, each of us individually supports it. And yeah, the schools are what bring people to the community. And
Mhm.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we're on to C, request from Mary McCosker and the Ocklawaha chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution for a proclamation recognizing the Marquis de Lafayette. This is a proclamation they would like presented on April 11th when there will be, after the DAR meeting in the library, a militia and perhaps a fife and drum corps will march to the statue. So, is there any public comment?
No comments?
Okay, I have a motion for adoption of the proclamation.
I move adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
I thought of something where the mayor wears a sash like they do in France. I thought of amending the motion.
Interesting idea.
That's right. Maybe.
There is that sash. Okay, and then the final item, email from Maria Gastelomundi resigning from the Environmental Task Force. And as we accept the resignation, just thank her for 7 years of service on the Environmental Task Force. But even more than that, for the personal and professional example that she's set through the Rising Loafer and through her own work on environmental causes. It's just been quite a record. And I know she's going to keep that up. She just will not be on the Environmental Task Force. So we thank her for all that she's done.
Yeah, I absolutely agreed. Many, many thanks to Maria for her hard work on behalf of our environment for the betterment of Lafayette.
Okay, and if there is nothing else, we will adjourn.